a smart factory. An automated factory. An industry-leading factory. A leading factory that shapes a pioneering brand in display technology. Ranked #1 in global gaming monitor market sales for 6 consecutive years. Produced by a world-leading monitor factory. TPV Technologies production base in Fuji, powered by a smart CNC center, enabling smart connectivity between the factory and equipment, and between equipment and products. Real-time monitoring of production status to ensure quality traceability for every AOC monitor. Asia's largest SMT Smart Unmanned Warehouse, Lights Out Factory, enabling automated material handling, automated production, delivering efficient, smart production for every AOC monitor. Industry's first FDICT automated plug-in pre-inspection system, smart dimming and color calibration production line, enabling precise testing and quality control, precision tuning. AOC monitors bring every user's color imagination to life. This is where excellence begins. State-of-the-art national laboratory, uncompromising product quality standards. This is where the origin of colors inspires your heart, and where this smart factory delivers its promise of excellence. Defying limits, going beyond. It all begins here. 1 in 4 users worldwide chooses AOC monitors. Part of homes everywhere. Part of your life.
I've loved gaming ever since I was a kid. For me, games are as essential as air and water. Super important. So I keep updating and upgrading my game gear just to get a better gaming experience. And at the same time, I also need a better monitor, higher refresh rate, faster response time. But I totally forgot about how my eyes feel. The longer I play, the worse my eyes get. And that's been making my reaction time drop non-stop. Till I came across it. AOC Q27G4SLWS. It's got 2K resolution, a 320Hz high refresh rate, and 1 millisecond response time. Totally checks all my needs. But what won me over isn't all these features. It's the comfort it gives me. Up till then, the monitor I used only gave off linearly polarized light. Every single beam of light only vibrates back and forth in one plane, and it hits your eyes at a fixed angle. There's this small sponge on your retina called the macula. It's the part of your eye that gives you the sharpest vision. But it's super sensitive and fragile. That's why there's a ton of lutein concentrated right in front of it. They soak up the harmful parts of the light, which helps protect our delicate retinas. But linearly polarized light that stays in one direction hits the same spot in your eyes, and that only activates a tiny bit of lutein. It means a lot of harmful light can't get soaked up. If you use a screen like this for long term, it will make your eyes tired and even damage your eyesight. But this monitor has got hardware circular polarization tag. It gives you a viewing experience way closer to natural light. It adds a circular polarization layer right on the screen surface. So it takes the linearly polarized light from the monitor screen and turns it into circularly polarized light that spins in a spiral. Circular polarized light mimics the way sunlight works in nature. It spins evenly and covers every direction. Once this kind of light gets into your eyes, it can cover the lutein in different areas evenly, and it boosts the absorption efficiency of lutein, cuts down on the harmful light reaching your retina. So even if you use it for long term, your eyes won't feel sore or uncomfortable at all. Apart from that, it also has hardware low blue mode and flicker free tag. This cuts down on harmful blue light and screen flicker right from the source. It's perfect for gaming, where you're using your eyes non-stop. And it's not just about the competitive gaming experience. It also has awesome colors with 95% DCI P3 color gamut coverage, plus a max brightness of 450 nits. Even when just chilling with movies or shows, the visual experience is so good. You could say this AOC Q27
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for day 2 of the AOC Masters 2025 Grand Finals round. Yes, we're already day 2. Day 1 was a complete blast. Just a quick little recap for our viewers out there watching. The semifinals match that we had already went the way of Alter Ego and Bayman Esports. So those are the two teams that will be fighting for the grand finals. And for the Battle of Third, which I believe we will be starting with first for today, that will be Made in Thailand versus VTM Esports. And that was like, you know, the highlights from day 1. The other things that did happen from yesterday was, of course, the show match that we had between Team Orange and Team Purple, where Team Orange won the best of 1. So that was, you know, congratulations to them. Red Ops and, of course, Rojin from the Philippines, one of the highlighted players that I was looking forward to seeing in that particular game of ours. And, you know, as we are still preparing to set ourselves into the lobby. It's going to be a fast one today, guys. I mean, straight into the action, right? But of course, before anything else, I'd like to give a big shout outs to our sponsors. We got Crucial, XPG, and ZXT, and of course, Aegon by AOC, who just launched their brand new monitor in collaboration with Counter-Strike 2, the CS24 AP. The ultimate esports monitor engineered for competitive dominance, boasting a groundbreaking 610 Hz refresh rate and 0.3 millisecond response time to deliver blistering speed and pinpoint clarity. If perfection is what you strive for, this monitor is definitely for you. And while we are, you know, you saw the, you know, the crown achievement of Aegon by AOC, but we're not done there just yet. And while the teams are still setting up for that lobby, let's take a look at the wide offerings that is available to us by Aegon by AOC, the monitors that we have here in the studio. Of course, first of all, we have the AG346 UCD. This is our 34-inch QD OLED ultra-wide with 175 Hz refresh rate and an insane 0.03. It's a lot of zeros because it's very fast, guys. Response time. And of course, there you have it. Great for those wide aspect ratio games. Maybe you want to see your opponents at the corner of your eye when you're playing Counter-Strike. That's also one thing that you can have the AG346UCD4. Of course, next up we have the AG276QZD 240Hz refresh rate OLED with stunning 1440p visuals. This monitor, if you're really looking for that graphical fidelity, higher resolution in your AAA games, if that's what you play, on Steam and whatnot, this monitor is definitely something to look out for. You get that crisp visual. Next up, of course, for the performance gamers, we've got the Q27G11E and the 27G4H. These are for the performance gamers, our fast IPS panels, up to 200 Hz refresh rate for that smooth, responsive gameplay. No nonsense, no frills, just straight to that great performance from these monitors. So if you're just looking for that, esports style monitor, this could be the one for you, ladies and gentlemen. And next up, of course, again, for those that are looking for that ultra-wide curve action, we have the CU34G4Z running a massive 240 Hz refresh rate on a 34-inch curved, guys. Curved VA panel just means that you can feel a lot more immersed in your games. You really feel like you're hitting those shots, seeing all of your opponents left, right, and center. It's really up there for you guys, right in front of you. Right there, perfect for RTS games as well. And of course, for our compact esports setups, for those that don't have a lot of space in their homes, you could look at the 24G4, delivering up to 240 Hz refresh rate with lightning fast response times. Again, we're not forgetting, we want to be as broad with our options for you guys. So if you don't have the space for, let's say, this wide, ultra wide curved screen, we do have, of course, that 24-inch that you can just look to get your hands on. And of course, whatever your play style, Aegon by AOC has the perfect monitor to level up your game. And I believe, I won't dilly-dally anymore. Seems like we are ready for the action, so I'll pass it on to our casters. I believe we still have MacMate, Pilsky, and Komodo to bring us all the juiciness of this battle for third. So guys, please take it away.
We certainly do have a lot of juiciness to take you through here on this beautiful Sunday, grand final Sunday. But of course, as mentioned, we have this third place decider to take us into the day, sort of fluff us up, warm us up. Pilsky, how are you feeling going into this one?
Feeling great. Did get to see some of these teams play yesterday. So look, we'll see if they've had the ability to kind of sleep it off a little bit. Unfortunately, I think we're playing the third, fourth decider first, so they're going to have to, potentially, recover from that loss a little bit, try to work on some of the issues they had yesterday. Unless you're playing Alter Ego, then that was going to be a tough game, no matter which way you kind of look at it. But look, you do see the prizing there for third and fourth place, and we will also decide our champion today.
Yeah, going to be doing that later on today, which I'm incredibly excited for. As you can see, these are the results from yesterday, as touched on by Pilskinator, Alter Ego 2-0 over Myth, and then that 2-0 game between VTM and Bayman, which we thought was going to be closer. It looked like it was heading in the direction of a third map, but Bayman managed just to completely turn that one around, didn't they, Dion?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought we were going to get a third, given by the fact that the best one between the two of them got into a couple of overtimes. It looked like the tail end of Mirage, that there was a bit of an awakening affair for VTM to look to close that. But, you get Bayman kind of sleeping at the wheel a little bit. They get that wake-up call, and they look to close it. So we did hear, from them in the interview as well, that they might be a little bit worried going into this matchup against Alter Ego, but they've still got some time before that one happens because we've got this VTM game first against Made in Thailand.
Of course, and that's going to be played on Overpass Mirage, and I missed the third map because that veto was lightning fast. But it doesn't matter, we might not even need it, who knows? I guess we'll figure that one out once we jump on in. Maybe I'll pull up the Face It lobby and just double check for everyone. But who do we think is the favourite going into this? Komodo, obviously, we thought VTM looked good, but did Made in Thailand just not necessarily look their best because of their opponents?
I would probably, and I'm going to just put my devil horns on here, say no. Throughout the group stage as well, we saw Myth struggle against a couple of the other teams that they maybe should be beating with a couple of overtimes in those games as well, and some close scorelines. They also lost to Bayman, they also lost to VTM in those BO1s. So coming into yesterday's game against Alter Ego, I don't think they put up enough numbers across the board to give a lot of confidence going into this game, no matter which opponent it was going to be in VTM or Bayman. So I do think that there's going to be a very big struggle for them to potentially put away 2 maps in this series. They might get 1, but I don't think they've got enough to topple VTM here.
Okay. What about you, Pilski? Same thoughts, or do yours differ?
Oh, I have no idea, to be honest. You know, we got to kind of get in the game to answer that, because I think it's really, really hard when you get teams at this level and you're kind of changing up the veto. For Made in Thailand, I don't think it's a super fair representation of their overall level when you see them take on a team like Alter Ego yesterday. So I definitely think they have the potential to win this game. And as we head into it, I'm keen to see if they can harness that potential, Mac.
Yeah, we're getting right into this quick, bloody smart today. VTM going to be starting on that CT side with Made in Thailand on the offensive. But we'll see if they're going to be able to make it past the first hurdle, which is going to be Baby 4. As you can see here, 4 players all grouped up. But all that is almost a death sentence. It's just about how much can Baby get. And that's going to be nothing other than information.
Oh, when you are by yourself that far deep as well in a 1-4 setup, it is always difficult to have a bit of a bailout scenario as well. So it is a good start for Made in Thailand. Still got a bit of utility to just smoke off an angle. You know, Molotov as well to come on through. So it does look like they want to at least end this at the A site for right now. But VTM are not giving them really any fair go at it.
Yeah, KJ's going crazy on Divider there. Gonna be she's from the site here to try to get the rest of the work done. You already committed that smoke to the A site, so I'm surprised there haven't been more of a rotation from VTM up on over into this site itself. Do have a player at truck now starting to scramble towards jump up. Is that 3rd rotator, and it's all on my rolls in a 1-on-3. Duck his head down and go for the reload, and they're just running out of giving plenty of opportunities, but he couldn't connect with a single head, and that'll be VTM to pick up the first pistol here.
Not too bad of an approach to kick things off. Win on the CT side is always going to be welcomed for sure. And from the 4v5, makes it even nicer. Tech9's going to be forced into here by Made in Thailand. Let's see where they end up. And let's see if there's going to be any crazy smokes coming through. Nothing off the rip. Looking like it is just going to be a bit more of a default. A couple of members over towards Short and Monster with a bit of action in Connector. VTM not too far away either with 3 members populating it.
Could be a good little padding of the stats here for Hatred. But up close and personal with the Tech9s, need to make sure that you do not get wrecked and of course, be a little bit over-eager to go for a swing here. It does have a friend with him with a supportive flashbang. KJ, again, good for another multi before being laid to rest. And this is a upgrade central for Made in Thailand now. Get the weaponry in this now 2 versus 2.
Unfortunately, see, Baby 4 is very, very far away from IC here, who has actually slipped into short on a pretty nice timing to try to keep himself alive. In the meantime, Made in Thailand have walked straight into the B side. Door is wide open. IC almost had a good timing there. Spins around for a dink, but not quite good enough to finish off Rolex. And now this bomb will go down. Nice and open plant as Baby kicks off the flank.
Let's see how the timing goes here. Definitely, woo, with that health. Does have an extra bit of cushioning to hit shots just like that. And it's up to Rolex to try to clutch here. Still smoked off, and the package not actually planted for him here. But that does keep Baby guessing. Does he swivel, spin, and swing back in the right direction? There's that tap, there's that tuck, and forces out the info, but the swing's too good, and the ding's even better. Rolex locking it in for the first round for Made in Thailand.
Yeah, that one's a little bit rough for VTM, to be honest with you. Getting up close and personal against the Tech9s is always going to be a bit of a worrisome battle, and there is a little bit of timing that comes into the mix for VTM. Twice, essentially, when you got the one... Not going...
Yeah, I didn't know if it was just me or not, but...
Alrighty, well, you got some players over at Party here. KJ deep up on the line, avoids the flash nicely. It's a nice dig shot to start things off, but traded out well by Rolex. Chanom inside of connector has found himself another, and that's a beautiful shot onto Baby 4. Very well aware that there could be a player contesting from Bathroom side. He looked primed and ready to take that fight. And VTM not getting too much damage done with the half buy here outside of just that first opening dig shot.
Let's see. Oh, no connection for the first couple, but will grab that head eventually. And it keeps VTM in a position to stay in the conversation, but it's going to need a little more. Icy, unfortunately, unable to finally get anything going there. And a Shelser as well. You can see just full committed to the save at this point. Not a bad choice. You've got the armor, you've got the kit. Deagle, MP9 as well, just to carry across to the next, and every weapon in the next round can give yourselves a shooting shot there, but that is going to be that for the round, as Made in Thailand find themselves another T round. Let's see where we end up.
Well, if they could steal a gun, it would be good, but I doubt that they're going to be able to do so just at the tail end of this one. Oh, I see that. Luckily enough to survive. I was going to say, getting the pistol rounds, all well and good for VTM. Dropping the second, though, and having that reset onto the loss bonus is always going to be a problem if you go for a deeper investment to try and answer back immediately. So it is, you know, kind of not the worst scenario that VTM still held a lot of decent money to go into the round after this one. Gonna have to just reset themselves. Maybe they can steal this round with an MP9 and that Deagle that does get saved over. There is a kit in play as well for ICDL if they do need in this aggressive play.
Good shot to start things off from Rolex. Big aggressive setup inside of Con, trying to make use of these closer range weapons. Hatred's able to find himself an AK inside of Con, and Made in Thailand just looking to try to disengage, just dropping mollies right and left. Trying to keep the CTs at arm's length as they try to relax this round out of a tense situation. That's a good pick onto Divider to settle things down a little bit as they look to slow things down in the 4-on-3.
Rolex. Oh, crosshair trained to a T. Perfect placement to get yet another opening and the reaction back. Quick flicks and quick sticks. Made in Thailand looking to lock in a third.
Definitely a lot of damage that Ashisa could come out with, though, when Rolex is on 8 HP and Myrolls is on 27. Could start to tickle that economy a little bit that Made in Thailand is not, you know, built up so greatly yet because, well, it is just early stages of this map, but a 3-1 start on this T side. They're able to balance economy and set themselves up for this next rifle round as well. To convert that, they're off to one of the greatest starts that they could love. There was a kit that I did mention earlier as well, remember, but this round is just too far gone. AK to be pilfered, and look to take that as the prize into the next round for VTM.
Yeah, 4 rifles saved over for Made in Thailand, though. Great start for them on the T side here. Starting to already put themselves in the pole position to have a strong overpass. Really up to VTM to see what they're going to put together here. KJ does have the cash to get himself an AWP if he does want. Will be down to light armor, a little bit more limited util for him, but looking like a pretty good buy for VTM. You got the spawn on the AWP for Monster or a quick play down shore, but it seems like he's heading towards 8.
Really, a utility coming through. VTM bringing 4 members to the party. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath straight in that fountain. Oh, and it's looking better this time for the CTs, but they will fall away before a trade comes through. At least some of them will. KJ, look at this. Quick flank. Going to be caught off in just a moment. Needs to connect at least on that one, which he will. And the trade comes through eventually. But Made in Thailand still just licking their wounds and trying to figure out their way back into the round.
We have seen a lot of rounds come from teams in a 2 versus 3 or, deficit scenario. And I say that, this is why, individually, Chanom and Ormelody getting a kill apiece to topple things over back in towards Made in Thailand's favor. Just Ashisa now with that saved AK from the previous round in the complete opposite side of the map at the moment. And it's gonna be an expected either save call or a very difficult 1 versus 2 retake when you consider all this util and just sheer time that Made in Thailand are gonna have when the bomb plant goes down.
A little bit of util on the A site. It's gonna be a tap first, so a fair few sound cues and time wasted that will be valuable for Ashisa to get in on this flank through long A. Made in Thailand not quite set up. Over on bankside, spotted out very nicely though by Ormelody to close out that round for Made in Thailand. VTM, I mean, I'm surprised they weren't able to come away with that one. They had a big stack towards A. You had a quick play into party from Made in Thailand. Just a little bit more unstructured, running all the way straight up the guts. And, you traded out quite favorably and you had players in position to get further picks. Like Hatred had a sitter topside of ladder there. And you still weren't able to come away with a round. Is a little bit worrying for their CT side overpass, if you ask me.
Change up for the CTs this time. Expecting more presence towards B for Made in Thailand, but it is just going to be the A-site protocols for the bathrooms control. And Hatred going to be forced into a fight with Jamon down towards Connector. 5-7 is a good tool for the job, especially at this range, although Baby in the meanwhile will be spotted, and Myrol's heads up on that pressure from the Connector side. There's that 2-man advantage, and it should just be a stroll in the park from here.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for Baby 4. Spotted out on the re-peak. And Made in Thailand, just good crosshair placement at the moment to gain these kills pretty easily. Little by little, this round is posing no problem to them. But they do go up against 2 remaining players of VTM that do have some upgrades compared to the pistols.
Rolex has just been phenomenal for Made in Thailand all tournament long. Connects another 2 easy ones. He's 10-2 overall on this T side. Really is kind of the standout player for Made in Thailand, which is super interesting because I remember on some of his earlier teams in the Thai scene ages and ages ago, he would be kind of like just a decent AWPer, not like a crazy star player or anything like that. And nowadays, seems like he's in really, really good form. Definitely seems kind of like the crown jewel of this Thai squad.
Hatred going for the early pick and is hoping that Made in Thailand keep that same pace from the prior round, but no one's swinging on the stairs side of things. And with that flash, really be incentivized to go looking for Rolex here. Full committed. And just waiting for anyone to show face. Oh, and there's a little bit of info. Reposts. But in the meantime, action towards the B site draws attention away from A. Oh, how long is he going to post here? Can he wait? And I think he's just barely seen the tip of the gun. So he is going to go for a look.
Probably one of the worst starts you could see for VTM though in a round such as this, when you've got the double AWP pick up and there's just no value being provided by them whatsoever. Even the grenade stack over to the B side, toxic barrels. I mean, how often do we see teams currently these days on the T side go for those 2 or 3 grenade set stacks? Gotta be a little bit aware of these sort of things, and for VTM, not omnipotent enough to see that, guys. So Made in Thailand, they are certainly just having a big old run on this map at the moment.
Yeah, they're smashing them. Like, it's pretty concerning for VTM, to be honest. The majority of their work that they got done in the games we've seen so far in this tournament has been on the CT side. Like, they've had some really good runs on CT. So the fact that they haven't really been able to put too much together here on Overpass is a little bit worrying, because some of their T sides have been a bit, have kind of fallen a bit flat outside of a good run of rounds on T side Mirage we saw yesterday. Definitely need to start to get things together. Nobody really able to kind of go toe-to-toe with the majority of Made in Thailand. I mean, across the board, they're all doing quite nicely for themselves, but Rolex in particular is kind of just running around and one-tapping everyone. He seems completely unafraid to just send it straight up the A side of the map and take raw duels with everybody.
What's changing this time? Again, many members over towards A, VTM realizing they're finding more success in the early round by stacking the numbers heavily here, and this crossfire works out just for the upgrade and those picks. Anony deciding to get right out of dodge, and surely they recognize there's numbers here. Surely they just identify B should be weak, guys. Nope, they're fighting fire with fire, and someone's bound to get burned. This time it's Made in Thailand.
Well, they needed a bit of an answer back, VTM, that is for sure. And to be able to do so with 5 alive should steady the ship a little bit as they look to chase a tied scoreline on this first half of Overpass for this third, fourth deciding series. Still, Made in Thailand, it's not like they don't have buys upon buys the next couple of rounds either from the effort of 6 in a row. They can afford to have a slip-up or two here and there.
Yeah, it just feels like VTM is playing a very, very, like, stack-heavy style. Fighting A quite often. Not really dissuading Made in Thailand for taking the fight straight to them, though. MyRolls doubles up off the back of a great flash from Anony, and fighting out in the open when you know you're getting collapsed acron is, you know, brave from KJ, to say the least. Made in Thailand, after losing to the stack in the round previous, they just absolutely destroy VTM.
Able to finally get to sight, but I feel like this one's already Rover with the Shellsat already just looking to save. And so far, you know, what's our stock take here? Made in Thailand, 6 already on the T side. Do we think that VTM are going to be able to try and turn this around at any given point? Because, you know, some rounds are full stack, like full gamble type beat.
Yeah. I mean, Ashisa can't even convert that one as, you know, A1S versus AK scenario, but I think it's just a lot of the decision-making at the moment from Made in Thailand is a little bit swifter. I'll take the last round as an outlier that they did drop, but the firepower is here. Maybe you are right, Mac. Maybe it is a case that they hadn't been able to showcase what they are really made of versus Alter Ego. Maybe it's a map-dependent thing as well. Going for the T side on this map to start things off. You can be a little bit aggressive as well when your opponents might not be too warmed up together.
Again, we're going to get a fight over party. Doesn't really seem to be that much depth for the most part. This time, Made in Thailand, after losing that opening pick, do feel like they want to pick up the pace towards this B side of the map. Nice boost spotted out there. You were definitely going to lose that additional pick as Made in Thailand if you walk lackadaisically into short. It's an excellent flash to set up AV4 though, but there is more where that came from. He's ready for it over on pillar side, able to deliver every single kill that's needed, all down to All Melody. Nightmare of a name, and it's as messy of a spray from Baby 4.
Oh,
He's giving this one a crack.
Oh, swings back out, but won't be able to double down, and the buddy system works for another VTM. Just when we're trying to count him out, we'll be able to find themselves another with a chance for 5 here in the first half. And historically, that's just not enough. But
no.
Historically, you know, I'm seeing a whole different meta to what we're used to at the moment here. And we could see VTM fire up in the second half, you know. Made in Thailand, yeah, they're hitting, but they might fall flat in the CT side. It's something that we need to not count our chickens on, just in case they've got something up their sleeves.
Oh, for sure. Made in Thailand, though, they do a good amount of damage in the previous there, courtesy of All Melody, and you can see that Ashisa goes down to a Famis. It's only a single kit, so you need to be a little bit more risky with what you're doing in this round. That double boost, I was waiting for some, you know, decisive play to come through from VTM. That's a little bit better exercise from KJ. Swinging out the door. An unexpected position, and Made in Thailand now it flips back on over that they find a great opener onto Baby 4, but now they're back at a deficit position.
Yeah, but some good space on long A here. And Rolex is exactly the player that you'd want to start to explore it. Hatred's got the AWP over towards the Vita side. They're playing a pretty passive setup on A. With the push that they've made all the way through B, though, this is going to allow them to 3-stack A and kind of reinforce the side of the map that is going to actually find some contact here. And Made in Thailand haven't organized themselves well enough just yet.
In they come. But the 1-for-1, not going to be enough to really lock this in for either regard. However, with Myrolls getting chopped down to the knees, it's all up to Anthony to try and make it through the thick of things, and that smoke is going to make it that much harder. Reposition from Icy actually, forces him into the open, and the chance now to get straight up in the face of Hatred. 20 seconds, and the bomb on his back. There is a world, there is a chance. Oh, but I don't think that this approach is the smartest of them all. Straight into the crossfire. And both CTs were staring straight at that smoke, expecting the worst. Final round of the half. Let's see who takes it.
Difficult 1 versus 2 at the end, no matter what for him. So just tries to be a little bit unexpected. Doesn't work out. 5-7, the best scoreline that VTM could hope for now. But if Made in Thailand even convert, into an 8th, it just makes the assumed close of this map a little bit better. Already leading out on the T side quite handsomely. See what the opening engagements do look like for them this time, having all 5 members going down towards this B site. You're going to have the little later play come through for VTM as they're looking elsewhere around the map. The full fountain control, just the AWP over out the heavens. It's going to blow up in the smoke and find a good opener.
Yeah. Made in Thailand, a lot of control of the site here. Smoke in hand from Chanom. Come on, brother. Gotta be expecting that flood to be coming in as you start to tap the bomb. Refresh on the heaven smoke. Made in Thailand have got their work cut out for them, but they're getting cut down themselves. Shift walk through that heaven smoke reveals the position of Anodi. He's just getting run down. It's all Melody from pillar side, and he gets triple peaked. A beautiful retake to cap off the half from VTM.
You'll take that. And they have managed to bring it back slightly, but I wouldn't say it's in their favour. Let's see what Made in Thailand can get off to on this second half. They can maybe, stem that momentum that Made in Thailand have managed to work on up there. Or even the other way. I think the names changed at the top and my brain just went haywire. But hey, it's early in the morning here on a beautiful Sunday, Grand Final Sunday, and we're all getting all warmed up, ready for said Grand Final. But who's going to be taking this third place? Dion, from this point, who are you backing?
That's a hard one. But the way that Made in Thailand are looking at the moment, I think that they're coming out with a couple of cleaner rounds and cleaner decision-making moments. But VTM, if they could start off this this T side with a bit of gusto and momentum, I would probably still back them.
Quick pacing up into bathrooms. Goes pretty well. So far, so good for VTM. They are collapsing all around bathroom side despite a massive stack from Made in Thailand. Just puts it all on the hefty shoulders of Myrolls, but he's got a completely the wrong idea about what's happening in this round. Kit will be very useful. He's got a little bit of a trek to be conducting as the bomb plant goes down on this B side of the map.
Unwinnable at best. Unless Myrolls can do the unthinkable. Can pull something crazy out here and has been offered a few moments, a few chances, but won't be able to take any of them. KJ shooting back harder. And that is going to be the 6th that VTM were looking for. Yes? Yeah.
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 Exactly. They're looking for the 6th. They're looking for the 7th now, unless they have it happen again. And this time they are on the bad end of the stick, and they drop this round. So we'll see what sort of full investment Made in Thailand have elected to go for here. Comes out with a couple MP9s, some 5.7s, and a Deagle in there for Myrolls as well. You would just need to see a couple of kind of cheat shots come out, in my opinion. You actually got Rolex, who's decided to switch things up and bring out a scout instead. He's just going to be up at that A site now, transitioning between the two. So the heavens of B, and the quick rotate if needed.
There's some util to secure control of the A side of the map there from VTM. Taking some control of long as well. Icy spotting out a player towards Monster Tunnel there. And you can definitely see Anoni is interested in hunting him down on the short B side of the map. More util invested from Made in Thailand to keep that B side of the map safe. And that's a beautiful opener from Rolex.
Everything's slowing down though. Sandwich Smoke being respected. And VTM, once that fades, will start to make their next move. Mac 10's close range. Oh, almost the worst possible moment for Myrols to look away from said flash, but does at least pick one up with him. Brings back to the 3v3. Chanum standing in the flames is not the best route to choose in the pick-a-path story. And Anoni just trying to chase him down at the heels. No one in a position to actually trade out Hatred if he did go for the full commit on the swing. But he opts against it for the moment. Anoni as well. May have just penetrated the defense here in the post plant. Will get one, but Hatred makes a move himself. And now it's all up to Ormaladoy to try and find both these T's, but the MP9 says, please, leave me alone. And the range game's won by the Galils and VTM equalise.
A couple of timing moments in that round that you'll get a little bit sweaty as VTM though, right? The Scout putting in some good work for kills and damage. You've got a situation where Myrols, it looks awkward looking away from the fight, but then still manages to find one. Had Anoni maybe not revealed himself super early with that MP9, could have crept a little bit deeper and waited for the bank smoke to fade to have his teammate Normal Lodi just come on in and crunch onto the site. So there were a couple of moments for Made in Thailand that they could have made that one doable. 7 apiece now though.
Yeah, you see, I feel like you see a lack of structure from both of these teams at times where people are just kind of pugging it a little bit, or, you know, people are looking for their own duels. It looks really good when it goes well for them. Like when Rolex is just running around headshotting everyone, like it looks great. But when you get punished for trying to make those individual plays, which honestly players on both of these teams have been doing, it does look a little bit silly. Trying to rush the retake a little bit. BTM now, momentum well and truly with them off of winning that last round. To be honest, the streak that Made in Thailand went on initially off the back of winning the force buy is kind of a side effect of just being so far behind economically on the CT side for VTM, and Rolex having a belter. But at this stage in the game, VTM are looking very good on the T side to actually be the favorites here on Overpass, especially if they can have a real clean anti-eco here.
Well, they've scaled so far onto the side already. And that smoke will provide some cover for the CTs to try and just scrim on out. But T's getting quite advanced positions. Resmoke here on the dumpster. Flash forward. In comes the flood. In comes the blood. And it's too easy for VTM.
Yeah, there was not a single point of damage delivered onto VTM just there. That looked like the flash timing was ill-advised to push through the smoke. But hey, round done and dusted, you just throw it away, you get your proper rifles coming into round number 16, and you try to make a bit of a closing affair on your own map pick, because if you've just joined us and missed out how the veto did go, Overpass here was the choice of Made in Thailand, and then we have Mirage and Dust 2 to follow if we need. So you definitely want to see Myth find their own map pick, but I definitely agree with what Pilsky was saying. VTM, you know, this is going to be a good round for them. If they find in this B quick endeavor, they could run away on this T side.
Well, throwing down some of the protocols. Smoke to buy a little bit more time on barrel side. There's 3 CTs over here on water, and Baby punished for trying to push across the bridge. The T's getting absolutely no impact. Complete traffic jam outside of Monster. Could not manage to scale up on into the site, and that's a relatively easy hold there for Made in Thailand.
Just going back and forth again. No one a winner yet. But I dare say it is expected, was expected. Finally, another gun round to come through. AWP in hand here for Anani. Myro's looking to get frisky with it, and we'll hear some footsteps as he falls back towards the long setup. 2 towards A, 3 towards B. And neither team really committing for some short control, some B control at all, other than the occasional rush. KJ rather, taking out Anani is going to find the opening and weaken the A-site defense somewhat.
Yeah, the AWP line just absolutely shut down. Still a lot of time on the clock to have a good decision to be made here for VTM. Maybe not see someone get a little bit too far forward by themselves, right? You've got flashbangs that could set up a bit of a peek in towards Myro's over at A-Long at the moment, and you'd be able to look to a bit of a closed-cut deal on this map, on this round, but Ashes are just by themselves. Myro's finding that free frag and finding a little bit more space. Oh, the distance game for Icidel is not good there.
It's just the most awkward spacing. It should be a free kill.
Yep.
Myro's not aware of that at all. Push in towards Bankside from Baby 4. This is just skirmishes all across the map. 35 seconds. That's the third T to go into long one at a time. There's just no way you can expect this if you're made in Thailand. VTM, after a little bit of hilarity and an exchange ensues. It's a pretty difficult 1-on-3 for Ormelody here. Baby 4 puts him down inside of the bank. VTM, a 9th round. That is just such a messy series of events.
Well, let's see if Vietnam is going to be able to stand tall over Thailand. One 4 split this time, 2-3 even. That's my old eyes. They're getting used to this. Again, that fountain smoke, I believe, has gap in it. So VTM don't really need to respect it, and you'll see them just bleed in front. The AWP again, going to be in play, but still looking for true impact. It feels like Anani a little hesitant to make too many early moves for Made in Thailand.
Yeah, well, it is the big investment to be bringing out the big green again, right? With a drop coming on over and Chanom getting out the MP9 as a bit of causality in the round as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to find an opening kill or at least a trade or two to try and equalize yet again. Icidel confirming some checked information against Chatham, but the reverse can be said as well. Sub 1 minute. These teams not really with a lot of far forward space just yet as VTM will start to scale back up towards this A site. Myros falls and the AWP is still not showing its presence just yet.
It needs to. And Nani's got a lot of work to do as the rotation comes in from Rolex. Does have a flash to offer him a little bit more support. With 30 seconds on the clock here, Mac, VTM are going to kick off this A exit.
In they come. And a chance to show what they're made of, but Made in Thailand only going to go 1 for 1 initially. No one stopping that plant. Too much space found by VTM. And Made in Thailand a bit late on the rotate. Chanom just not buying that it was the full commit by everyone. And a man disadvantage, you look at your finances, the save might almost be the better call here, but they're not going for it as Hatred chops them down as they make their way out. On the back of dice, they swing, and Rolex taken right on out. VTM off to the races. 3 more needed to lock in overpass on the T side.
Going to be a bit of a money-breaking situation as well over to Made in Thailand. Need to start to consider if they need a discussion in their camp as well, a timeout before looking to get back in towards the CT side if possible. Because they dropped this round, which would be the expected result with the light investment. VTM 1 away from securing overtime, 1 more, stealing your opponent's map in a little late resurgence. Courtesy of a great amount of rounds on that first half for sure as well.
Nice leg on the cross from Rolex. He's no stranger to the scoped weaponry in the past. My rolls punished for the initial push up divider. Does not seem like he's too perturbed by that. Wants to get active inside a con here. 5-7 in hand. It's a good range for the weapon, but VTM very similar to the last round. Just playing hands off at the moment. Waiting for any pushes. See if Made in Thailand's going to give them any freebies before they decide what to do later on.
VTM finally realizing that the B site might be the weaker place to send it. And the spacing looking pretty good for the T's, but they end up lining up and, oh no, the 5-7 is just mincing right on through them. MP9 to follow through. Not like this, boys. A Shellstar looking to save the day with 3 CTs to pick, but that ain't happening. And the CTs bring too many to the party. That was absolute chaos, and VTM making a crucial mistake.
Sorry for the superstitious folks out there on that one. I've said that there's no way which Made in Thailand can win that round with the lesser buy. Expected result should have been VTM's. Well, what do we know, right? What do we know? That 5-7 getting away with murder. And timing on the MP9, gorgeous as well. But is that just an outlier of a round for Made in Thailand? Not seen too much on this CT side from them just yet.
Well, aggression into party side. My rolls this time starting off decently, but traded out relatively quickly, which makes Anoni a little bit nervous. Rolex going to get Molotoved out of position, straight into the crosshair of Hatred. The flash a second too late. So VTM once again winning that early round exchange.
Full rotation all the way back, and even after what just happened, they will set their sights on B, which this time is a much better selection. Omolody dominating short with a relatively good position, but that does leave Monster very exposed. However, look where VTM are heading again. It may just be the same old thing. Slow shoulder, re-peek, straight into the crosshair. But still hesitant on Con. And Omolody will slink his way back towards B. T's already out Monster. The 1-for-1 keeps it even.
Chatham found one as well, actually. So there's an advantage now coming into this retake. That's not even gonna really be needed. Straight on the AWP line for a quick shot. We tie things up, 10 apiece.
Solid dry contact in this game. Just individual players peeking things by themselves, man advantage situations. Definitely need to tighten the screws on some of these situations, and it's both of the teams. You've seen it from Made in Thailand, where they're punished for some of these mid-round pushes. That time, I mean, VTM multiple times just dry walking their way into short pipe and getting punished for it time and time again. Now puts them in a pretty cooked position economically. They're not really sure how they want to even up their money. Baby Four's got a hero AK, as does Ash Issa. And the rest of the boys saving a little bit of extra cash. Money is still definitely in a weak state for Made in Thailand, so if they can get themselves some kills here, they can still keep the door open to reset the CT side and be able to potentially win this game just in time.
Ooh. Spotted on the jiggle. But a nice close setup on the B site. Won't get a chance to activate just yet. Monster block smoke will buy 20 seconds. And Made in Thailand not doing too much towards A, just playing incredibly safe, incredibly far back. Knowing that information is the name of the game. I like this line from Myrolls, ambitious.
Yeah.
But we'll see if VTM can walk into it.
The thing is, with the amount of contact plays that we have seen, if you're falling back to the sites as Made in Thailand, you know eventually that they're just going to have to come through the choke points, and if you're watching them, it's all good. And that's pretty much how this round has gone so far. One back from Ash Issa, getting close towards the AWP, and that doesn't work out. Now just Baby 4 with an AK-47, but too difficult in a 1 versus 4, you would assume.
Washed away by the molly.
Yep.
Slowly getting collapsed upon from every direction. Hits a nice shot and is preempting the peak from Chanom. You thought he was on for something there, but finally put down by Anoni. Not before he makes things expensive. And that's important. Only 2 guns kept over from Made in Thailand there. That could have been a much cleaner round for them on CT side. Now you're going to get the follow-up buy for VTM as Made in Thailand reduces their loss bonus to almost nothing. There's still potential here for VTM, but they really need to win this next gun round.
Let's see what the angle is for them to do just that. And if they're going to make the right choices, the wrong choices, or maybe just not make any choices at all. Which will be a choice in itself. So who knows how deep this hole goes.
It's a bit of a paradox, isn't it? For sure.
Yeah.
Didn't know you would chill like that.
Setting up for a bit of a B play right now. Out through the monster tunnel. They need not get choked up, however. Or Melody needs some assisted flashes to come on through. And they do not arrive in time. The overwhelming force of VTM starting to try to get into this B site at the moment. It's trades upon trades. And when the dust starts to settle, Anoni revealing themselves with the orb in the heavens. A great HE grenade, though, to make this one doable. 1 versus 2. A kit in play and an A1S. But that's it. No util.
Molly going to keep him back for now. This would be such a huge clutch from Anoni. Made in Thailand will be broke if they drop this round. Bomb plant plus 2.9 loss bonus for VTM. Both teams need this round so badly, and the extra player comes in clutch. Big swing from Hatred to break the money from Made in Thailand and put VTM in a very good position to close this match now.
Oh. Force buy.
Yeah, they're wanting it. Going all in. All or nothing. And this time Made in Thailand. 2-3 split yet again. With VTM showing some earlier presence, feigning that short control. Smoke on the molly, CT's at the ready. But it's all just a ruse. As VTM are going to be taking the early round nice and slow.
Yeah, Myros has gone into this round with 62.50 and has decided to change up the math on the money to have the MP9 for themselves and a bit more utility, get an A1S over towards Chanom, and the whole team is foregoing a kit as well. So it's interesting decision making on this force to not get out that AWP, for example, and at least 1 kit, when we've seen these 5.7s from the team actually have a little bit of a bite behind them. So, see if it does come back to actually bite them.
Smoke goes down to Divider. It's the same slow pacing from VTM time and time again as they start to circle this A-site aggression. Over on bathroom side here from Made in Thailand, they want to try to disrupt VTM, and they may even try to go for a quick con flank here if this A-site hit comes in.
In their roll. And my rolls. Ooh, not going to get too much done. Galil's more bite than just the bark there as Rolex barely snatches one away. He's going to be collapsed upon and won't buy the time for the rotations up. Made in Thailand a little too stagnant, a little too slow on those rotates. But in the 2v4, is there a reality? Is there a world where they can get past the front door? It's not looking like it as Chanom has faith no more. MP9 or M4 even. Crucial to save to the next, and VTM hear those footsteps moving away.
Oh.
But it's all a ruse, it's all a bait, and now there's the AK upgrade. As VTM just want to hunt him down, want to deny any chance at there being too much firepower into the final round of regulation, which is where we're down to now.
They certainly are hunting for this though, aren't they? Despite the low HP and that 1 versus 4. Chanom trying to hold on to this AK, and I think just by the timing when that explosion happens, they've recognized their own money on VTM's side, which still they would have been able to invest in this last round of regulation, so wouldn't have minded a little bit more of a hunt to remove that AK. Irrespective, round number 24, and for Made in Thailand, that force buy has not resulted in what they wanted.
VTM able to close this game out just in time if they can deal with the weaker buy here from Made in Thailand. going to once again be, I'd imagine, 5-7s and MP9s invested here from the Thai squad. They're taking a long time to decide what they actually want to be buying here. Looks like they're taking a little bit of a timeout to discuss their options a little bit more. For VTM, I mean, they've already naturally been playing a slower paced game, waiting for pushes in the mid-round, punishing aggression pretty consistently outside of the times where they're just a little bit lackadaisical with poor spacing, making their way through the map. But they're going to be well aware of the buy that Made in Thailand has, so they need to make sure that they're clearing out Divider well, you know, working connector control, not running into that short B stack that's been troublesome for them a couple of times, and this game should be theirs on a silver platter.
Should be, but we'll see. Never know what you're going to get sometimes. Southeast Asian Counter-Strike can provide the goods, can provide the mayhem. And that's kind of what we're getting this game as well.
It is the path of least resistance at the moment for VTM. You got no investments from Made in Thailand to go further through the monster side as well when you see no utility coming towards this B side as opposed to a single flashbang really early on. And it kind of incentivizes you as Myth to go spotting elsewhere, and it's a good bit of information that Rolex is able to get over towards A long. Block off Divider with a smoke of your own. You put a little bit more focus on this site play through A long.
Rolex going to have to do wonders holding from the site, but it's a pretty nice crossfire with Bathroom Sight. Starting to favor Made in Thailand, but the trades come through pretty quickly here for VTM. Anoni goes completely unchecked inside a Bathroom Sight. We're not expecting that third player, and unfortunately for VTM, this one-dimensional approach through Long A seems to be posing some trouble for them.
Smoke just buying time. As the T's, they want to keep on fighting here, not realizing that they need to get this package down and they need to do it quick, smart, but the swing, the flood from the CT takes us all the way to OT. We are not done yet on the first map of the day.
Talked about the fact that we've had a couple of OTs in this tournament already, and VTM, well, no stranger to it. Gonna go again. A little bit too much time taken to get towards that bomb site, not getting an idea of exactly where the remaining Made in Thailand members are. Too one-dimensional for my liking, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, I don't mind the approach to go through long, but they're not running a 1-4 or anything like that. It's like literally 5-man Long A with no pressure on Bathrooms, not throwing any kind of utility to help aid them, maybe wrap backside, just getting kind of owned by a pretty rudimentary crossfire. Aggression from Myrol's punished yet again here. They are so ready for him to be pushing straight up the guts in the middle of the map. Beautiful flash to isolate Anoni and pick him off, and as well had a 2-for-1 in the favor of Made in Thailand over on that B side of the map in the meantime, and it's all on Shanom. Just duels being taken all over the map at the exact same time, and the bombs in bloody T spawn. It's a very messy way to start overtime for both of these teams.
But look, the package has been retrieved. But there is definitely an opening for Chanham to find an hole, find an angle, and maybe somehow find this bomb, which for some reason has decided to go up towards Party. There is no decision making. There is no choice. And there is no realization as to what Chanham is doing on the VTM side of things. But they will have space on B. They will get this plant down. However separate they are.
It's a bit wonky.
It should be a VTM round eventually, but we will see. And there's so much info going their direction.
Yeah. Footsteps heard. Should be an easy closeout here for Icy Dal. Just on the reposition. Chanham looking the wrong way. It's a bit of a messy approach in the decision-making department for these teams, but VTM, they do come out on top. The round that they get here, they couldn't to close the map. See if they can at least try and do so. Yeah, good amount of effort on this T side.
See if they can continue off on the good start. Orb comes out here once again for Made in Thailand. This, look, A aggression has kind of been 50-50, honestly. Sometimes it works quite nicely for Made in Thailand, but forcing their way in through party side did not go so well for them in the round previous. Just a 2-1-2 to start things off from VTM. I've got a pretty deep position up short B now. Haven't seen them actually try to capitalize on that and look for a pick early on. I feel like in the current meta of Overpass, you'll always see those quick aggressive plays up short B, but haven't really seen that from either one of these teams early on, despite the fact that VTM have got a pretty good position to kind of try and give it a crack here.
Let's see what they have for us here. Nothing in the early round. And Made in Thailand incredibly hesitant again to go and find anything towards party. Going to try and slot Myrolls right up in their grills, but that smoke fading shortly. And VTM rotating, looking like they will go all in towards the A site with 40 seconds remaining. And a good amount of util. Myrolls being the first hurdle, will go forward with the flash. Oh, the flash was so good, but the shot's just not connecting at all. And a third chance, a third opportunity missed as well. Made in Thailand looking like they are getting wrecked this round.
I think that's one of the biggest things so far for Made in Thailand in this round. The util was looking alright, the decision making was looking alright as well on the timing, but they just couldn't hit the damn shots where Baby 4 and Hatred come out with all of them between the two. A 4K for Baby 4. A very convincing, sharp shooting round. VTM, they are looking to try and claim all 3 T-sided rounds to make this map achievable when they switch sides.
It's looking like it. Back-to-back all purchases for Anoni. Not looking so great at this point. Down to a couple of MP9s and a Famis in your last round. OT is not where you'd want to be. But Made in Thailand have made it work with worse weaponry already. So we'll see if they can be nice and creative here. Once again, it's aggression at the start of the round from Myrol, spotted out by the flash play initially. And it looks like they're going to go looking for yet another peak. Beautiful little jiggle before the flash comes and capitalizes. And elsewhere, you see VTM just absolutely wiping the floor with Made in Thailand. It's all on Anoni's shoulders, and I don't think there's much room to do yet.
I finds one.
Oh, crunched in. And VTM flawless in the first half of OT. Getting it done. And Made in Thailand just need that one round here on the CT side to make us all believers that it is going to be their map. And to solidify that in the process. Made in Thailand, what do we got here?
Bringing out the AWP on the T side for Anoni. They're really putting trust in him when it's gone a little bit by the wayside recently. VTM, 3 chances to try and close this map. Steal your opponent's choice in Overpass. Set yourselves up for your own map with a bit of momentum. Get that prize money for the 3rd place. A bit better for them compared to the 4th place as well. For folks that might be joining us.
Gonna have to be a pretty flawless streak here for Made in Thailand. They had a good run on the T side. Mostly courtesy of Rolex just running around and asserting dominance on this T side to start off the game. Off the back of winning round 2 with a force buy. But Rolex has quite substantially slowed down since then. So someone else is going to have to step up for Made in Thailand, or it's going to have to be an effort by committee.
Ooh, not a bad start, but it's looking pretty good for Made in Thailand. VTM try to fight fire with fire, but the aggression just completely trounced. And now they're going to have to do it the hard way.
2 versus 4. Deciding to play the split approach as well. Meanwhile, Ashies are starting to come up, connect up. See if you can find the right timing on a Myrolls, who is looking at the correct location. Meanwhile, Hatred gonna find the wrong timing to start to peel away over at this A side as well. Might have even just been noted by Anoni getting on this AWP line.
creeping out. Long A now. VTM on the wrong side of the map. Tried to go for a cheeky little B stack, but they've gambled incorrectly. Plant will go down for main in Thailand. Nice and safe, and I don't think they want to run into the same economic woes that Made in Thailand did run into on their own CT site after multiple AWP purchases, so they're just going to at least save these 2 rifles and, you know, safeguard the money. Can maybe even chuck in a double AWP in one of these OT rounds if they want to try to mix in something a little bit different to try to close out the game here.
It's looking rough. And it's looking like it might be a while away still. Let's see if it gets better for them in the next round. Hatred set him up for warning shot. Ooh, does he fall after time? Nah. Locks in. Shelsa even going to get a little cheeky one to get the extra $50 in the bank as well. And from this point, what are we expecting? Does it happen here, Dion?
That's a loaded question. I think yes. I think you're coming in towards this CT side. You got to remember what was working for yourselves and what was not. In that round, you get caught off a little bit in the chaos scrap battle around the fountain. Change your approach. Get that AWP on a normal line, so Hatred will just post up at Divider with Baby 4 there to assist on the swivel, and you're just going to drop this utility to stall out any approach that Made in Thailand would have over to this B site. The boost for some early information as well. A different one compared to the sandbags that we've generally been seeing in this map so far, so I do like the slight little pivots that we see from VTM. Does kind of invite Made in Thailand to get up through short without being checked though.
Nice opener from Icy. Under a little bit of pressure from the util, but going to drop his own down in reply. It does seem like a pretty good hold thus far from VTM. They've got a crossfire between bridge side and barrels, but unfortunately with Ash Issa going down, it's a lot of pressure on Icy. He's just going to get absolutely glocked.
Oh!
Up the site they go. Ooh. HE doing big work to turn the round around, but again, Rolex still has to find 2 more. That's when the smoke fade reveals his hand, and the pistol will seal the deal. VTM getting the job done eventually. It wasn't pretty, but it works.
It does work indeed, so the answer is yes, Mac. They do it there. They do it here. 16-13 took the OT, but a clean T side from them set themselves up for where they needed to. Even in that overwhelming play attempt from Made in Thailand to get into the B site, he's stalling and playing for the time around all of the utility that's being thrown down onto the site as well. A lot of damage delivered for the HE grenade to kind of seal the deal before that final kill as well. I had my little expectations coming in towards this series that VTM would be able to take it, and I was asking the kind of question, would Made in Thailand be able to maybe take a map in this series? They weren't able to find their own here, so we'll have to see if they can steal their opponents next.
Yeah, I don't know, like, just feels like a lot of the teams in this tournament and in general in Asia are very, very scrappy. Like, really could be anyone's game. Even had some close games between Bayman and VTM yesterday, so really feel like it can kind of go any which way depending on, you know, who's going to have the right impact round or who's feeling it on the day. Not really seeing like any kind of crazy structure or anything like super impressive from either one of these teams. It's just really about who's going to have a bit better of a game for themselves and who's going to have a pop-off when it's needed. I think for VTM, does very much seem like they want to play like this much slower style on that T side, a little bit slower, a little bit more measured, which sometimes it works out really well for them when they're able to punish some of that aggression from Made in Thailand. You saw that a lot of that in this game, but I think when, you know, they get disrupted from some of these like fights in the middle round from Made in Thailand, and that goes a little bit better for them, then you're seeing Made in Thailand have a little bit more success there. So I think that's kind of what Made in Thailand has to embody going into this next map, or they're going to kind of get cooked here.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, that's a good way to put it, but I don't know where we're going to end up. Like, as you mentioned, it got so close. It got so close when it definitely shouldn't have, but just the messiness, I guess, doesn't lend itself towards a map like Overpass. it's just going to be it'll probably look a little better moving into the second map of the series, knowing that it is going to be a bit more pug-centric. Maybe everyone's a bit more familiar with it, and I'm hoping that that's kind of what we get here, Dion.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage, we've seen it from VTM against Bayman, and they weren't able to get that victory. I was, a bit impressed by a couple of the decision bits that they throw into the mix as well, but I'm also kind of thinking to myself, what can you steal away from Bayman that they were looking good at doing against you, right? We're seeing that lots of short control and changing up with playing low, playing high on the bricks, for example, getting that overview in mid, so they could throw in some elements that were getting the better of them in towards this next map to try and seal the deal here 2-0.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's like too bad of a choice, and I'm hoping that we maybe get one that's myth-centric. I'd hate them to go out without taking a map. That would be, a bit of a gut punch for sure for any single team, especially in a tournament like this, which is trying to reinvigorate a lot of the Southeast Asian Counter-Strike teams. But we saw moments like, as you said, Pilly, there were so many chances for them to make that happen in regulation, but just got a little bit too messy and unfortunately just lent into the source too much.
Yeah, I don't know, like, it just feels like there's a lot of dry contact in angles where you see very, very unstructured gameplay. I think as well, it feels like they're playing like a little bit out of meta. Like you never saw them ever go, like I said, for like that aggro short play or anything like that. I don't think you saw either one of these teams do like the double molly into con to work that like T-side default and overpass. Like it very much feels like they're playing their own kind of little pocket meta in Asia here and playing like, this very like almost outdated like old school style of just like playing back across the map, and they have like some set pieces of utility to like contest A, or maybe they'll go for like a dry contact into like a pop B execute or something like that, but it definitely feels a little bit outdated on overpass there, at least initially from both of these teams. So I feel like if they have a little bit better of an approach that even yesterday when we were looking at that Mirage game, I was like, where's the mid crunch where you see actually like the flashes come out corner, or they're like breaking the window smoke and peeking out short together. Like, I feel like if they're able to mix in a couple more of those, more meta ideas on how to play the game, then they're going to have a little bit more success against like these slower contact styles that both of these teams seem to be playing.
Yeah, I guess that comes with the prep though, and it also depends on how much prep these teams are doing. You'd assume they're taking it seriously, but some of these teams are struggling to even get their pure 5 in the game. They're sort of just calling up their mates to make it in time, which is definitely another factor which could make them feel a bit more loosey here.
Yeah, for sure, but I mean, like, it's not even on VTM's side, like, the substitute that they've got in is doing bad or anything, right? Ash Issa is the sub, technically, for VTM instead of Kaori Hazu. Played yesterday, played today, played throughout the course of nearly the majority of this tournament, I do believe, and they've been, stepping up to the plate where needed. We've seen a lot of good impact rounds from Ashies across, all the maps in Mirage yesterday, Train yesterday as well, and just now on Overpass. So it's not even like that's a bit of a worrisome thing. I think for Made in Thailand, though, the fact that 789 isn't here, that might be a little bit more of a problem.
Okay, well, we'll see if it ends up being that problem, or if things sort of end up getting figured out, because that's what we're looking for here. That's what we're hoping for. And yeah, as you mentioned, Ashisa, a pretty good sub, all things considered. The problem is, I feel like there's so many super subs over time where, you can just come in and just play your game and not to worry too much. But it does affect how everyone else plays around you. And that can also be a bit of a net negative sometimes, right? When the team has an idea, but you're just doing your own thing. Maybe you're accidentally baiting. Maybe you're accidentally, just not following the strat. Maybe you're not even listening because you're not used to it. There's so many different problems that can arise when you've got a friend just here to have a good time.
I feel like this used to be such an Asia CS. Like even COVID or like pre-COVID times, there would be like that boot roster and some of the Thai rosters as well. They would randomly throw a new player in for a tournament or something, and like you'd be following their progression as a team, like tournament to tournament. It's like, oh man, I was feeling really excited about this team going into this tournament, and then they just randomly decide to play with a sub, and then they just like completely bomb out. There's like no consistency of playing with a roster, and just throwing whoever on in there and signing up to some of these events. So look, I gotta say though, if you come top 4 an event like this and you're just kind of having a good time with it, not taking it fully seriously and maybe pugging a little bit, then you know, you are kind of winning at life because you're min-maxing effort versus reward at that point, which, you know, I know a lot of people in the Oceanic scene like to do that, you know. Don't necessarily play the game too much. You just rock up and then, you know, you get yourself a top 8 or a top 4 or something like that. And look, if there's a really good team that you can't beat, then unlucky, I guess. But I'm not willing to put in the, you know, 40-hour prac week or 30-hour prac week. I'm going to need to beat them anyway. So, you know, we'll take the second place or whatever we end up getting.
Yeah, just cop it. Why not? You know, that's what it boils down to. It is all just about having a good time, having a little bit of fun. And that's what we're all here to do, especially for the third, fourth place game. You know, people just saying, oh, it's a Sunday. Actually, I need to sleep. I got work at 4 a.m. tomorrow. So, unfortunately, won't be able to join you gentlemen this evening. But, hey, we'll see if that is going to be the reality of the situation or if it is going to be differing somewhat as we get into it. Obviously, we're hoping that we're going to get all 10 individuals that are supposed to be there for the grand final, which is coming up in just a little while. And then also, of course, we've still got one more map at least, if not 2 here for this third place decider. And we currently don't know which way it's going to go. You know, I'm gunning for a 2-0. I think VTM have it. What about you, Dion?
I definitely agree. I threw my 2 cents in yesterday with a bit of an explanation why I think VTM could come away with this one against Made in Thailand. But I do have to admit, I didn't expect this close of a scoreline to come out from Myth. I think that they've gotten away with a couple of rounds that they potentially shouldn't have from VTM slip-ups, but also that they got a couple of really clean rounds off their own back. So I think if they can apply a couple of those pickups going into the second map, we could come out with a bit of a surprise result, but I still think VTM do have this series.
Okay. And what about you, Mitch? Where are you leaning?
I mean, it could really go either way at the end of the day. Like, I think it's almost that's genuinely how I feel, though. Like, I feel like if you threw Bateman even against either of these teams, like, I wouldn't be able to strongly predict a winner because I feel like, you know, Made in Thailand got a lot of those rounds off the back of the force buy win in round 2, and then they went on a bit of a streak, and then they also won half buys. You're seeing both of these teams like lose to pistols and things like that. You're seeing both of these teams maybe be a little bit too stagnant or a little bit stubborn in terms of their approach. Like, I feel like when I watch all of these teams, I can see, you know, some potential for improvement or some things that could easily like help them to win some of these series. And if they're able to like fix up some of those things or fine tune a couple of those things, then, you know, they could be kind of the team that would be able to beat most of the teams in this competition. You know, maybe not Alter Ego because they're pretty locked in, but yeah, I think it looks like both of these teams rocking in to Mirage here with the same rosters. But I think VTM, if they're picking Mirage here, they should be feeling pretty confident that they can 2-0 this series. But like, is there really a team that you're picking Mirage into and you're like, okay, they don't know how to play this map at all? You know, it's just a map that everyone knows how to play at this point, Mac.
You'd hope so. You'd absolutely hope so. It's been here for a very long time. But we'll see. We'll see if that hope is going to be warranted.
Have you played this map before? You know what to do on this one? What position do you play? I feel like you're a B-Apps jump spotter and then complain when you have to A retake.
Yeah, mate. I complain, not even just on the retake part, when I have to be the one on the B site anchor calling that the bomb's spotted on A and that they're out A. That's me, mate, to a T. Zoomed out map. Asking, why do you guys not have a zoomed out map? You didn't see that? Oh, sorry, didn't see, bro. Yeah, all right, no worries.
It sounds like it's crazy. It sounds like they're from Western Sydney in Malta, you know? Like, that's kind of crazy.
Do you know how excited I am when I see someone with a Maltese flag in my games? And I'm like, oh, are you from Malta? And like, nah, bro, I'm Russian. All right. Oops,
yeah,
just a fake flag situation.
Russian B, though.
Yeah, Russian B.
Yeah. Or not.
No, down into unders, you know? Just a little bit of a mid-work.
We're super slow, though. That's the thing.
The Chanom's just bottom mid, as you do, by himself. There's no setup around it at all. And he's dead. So, that's an interesting way to start the pistol.
Why?
Oh, I just, you know, like, fair go. Like, got to respect the confidence, but he's kind of cooked the boys at this point.
It's alright. The substitute comes in and does their own thing. Rest of the team can pick it up, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Let's see how much they are going to be picking up here as things get a little bit awkward over towards this A site. No one clearing Anony. Someone look at Anony. Hatred going to be the one to do just that to try and save it, but the round getting awkward as all hell. Hatred, or Rolex rather, going to be pushing his way forward. You know, it's all up to Hatred to try and clutch. Glock in hand, plenty of bullets to do it, but won't be able to connect. Rolex again coming in hot for Made in Thailand.
He's always coming in hot. He's always looking fresh. And big 3K from him. Maybe it was all a bait, you know. Chanom goes down underpass. That makes them confident enough to split A into the 3 stack. Just genius from Made in Thailand. You love to see it. Great way to win a CT pistol, Dion.
Yeah, see, I told ya. It was all the plan. It was sorted for Made in Thailand. Let Chanom do his own thing. Put a false sense of security in your opponents that you don't know what you're doing on Mirage. And then have 3 players at that A side ready to shoot up a Storm. And get the defuse in the end. Easy, guys. Easy.
Easy bloody peasy, innit? Until you have this kind of situation at mid where things get awkward, things get hairy. But no one's Harry McClary from Donaldson's Dairy, not this time.
I mean, I've never met him personally. Can't really verify whether he's in the server or not. What I can verify is that KJ, inside of the TV room with a Deagle, there's really not much he can do there. He's peeked into a high-low. Made in Thailand's won themselves a second round. They brought 3 guns on through it. And VTM now into their first T-side gun round here. It's another good start to the half for Made in Thailand, but nothing crazy. Definitely not as good as they started that map of Overpass, but decent enough.
Yeah, this is the time that they just need to not let that momentum slip a little bit, right? You're coming in towards this third round with some A1Ss and some FAMAS for yourself, and well, even an A4 for my rolls, so you definitely have a good recipe to bake a cake and eat it here. So we'll see what happens in the mid progression from VTM that immediately does get shut down. My rolls finds 2, and it's going to be rough to get back. Make it Anony for 1 as well. And it's all on to Hatred that does get spotted out. The bomb, though, in no man's land.
Yeah, rough situation to be in there, but they get through it, and they are speedrunning a couple of these rounds. Currently having places to be, it seems.
I mean, if they did, they'd probably just take the L here. It's Made in Thailand going to have to reverse sweep, let's be honest. But
places to be with an agenda.
With an agenda. And they got to win that third place prize. Then they can go to the premium barbecue buffet instead of just the regular. It's the way you want to be going for it.
Do love a good upgrade, that's for sure. That is a headache, though.
I think that's one way to put it. Now towards B. If they're looking to find any form of impact, KJ just with the Deagle. Oh, and that's a rough off angle that Orm is playing. But they're just going to back away and play the time down somewhat.
Yeah, just to try walk into B-Apps with the Deagles. Look, connect a couple of shots. He could be on for something here. Maladoy pretty low. Just needs the body shot to connect with him. Big off angle here from Chanom. That's another beautiful dig shot from Icy now jumping out of the window. That's even better. A little bit of a jiggle from Baby 4, and the bomb will go down now. Smoke to market door, and M4 picked up. Very winnable for VTM now.
Well, they get 2 M4s. That's the big thing. Some information onto my rolls, who found some earlier damage. Icydel and Baby 4, though, made that look too easy. That's a round that VTM should not be finding. And they get the round. They get 2 weapons into the next. They also have a great effect onto the economy of Made in Thailand. Just Chanom swimming in cash. The rest of the squad, not really.
Let's see what this round holds for us. Mid control, the name of the game yet again, and this time VTM going quick, smart. Ooh, through that smoke, at least attempting to. But the scout drawing attention away from the 5-7 tucked in the corner, and at that range, that thing's deadly. AK upgraded, and Myrol's just going to keep on laying down the law. One more found through the smoke, and that is disgusting. VTM, how are you going to bounce back from that?
Myrol has kind of been tearing it up in con. He's rolling back the years. It's just KJ and Ash Isa to get something done. Rolex flushed it out from the balcony. And the T's slowly but surely trying to work their way into this A side, but Myrol's continuing to inflict significant damage. Massive 4K to reply after losing to the Deegs. Made it Thailand straight back into it.
He's been angered. That is for sure coming in towards that round. Needs to send VTM back 6 feet under after a bit of a slip up in the previous. Just the way he's just spraying all of the shots really and connecting on all of the kills. The final one was a good little reposition from him for a quick headshot hunt. VTM though, not like they're down and out. Another buy to come in towards this round and a bit more of a default play across the map as well. A 2-2-1. Bit of a different look for Made in Thailand's too. This time, putting all Melody into the apartments with Chanon behind.
Ooh. Nasty opening. Icy not able to get away from that kind of danger. Not this time anyway.
Got the mid smokes out for VTM. Onto Cat as well. Myrol's once again looking to assert dominance inside a connector, but he's caught off by the Palace Lurk from Hatred, and that is an invitation for VTM to try to pick up the pace. Unfortunately, Chanon going overlooked, and once again with the pressure that Anoni is applying over from Cat's side, VTM get ripped apart trying to make their way up con.
Connector is not a place that you can go at the moment. Need to see an adjustment for VTM elsewhere, I feel like. 1 versus 4 though for KJ right now, and you just feel like it's going to be super difficult. Maybe you can find Rolex under the balcony, but you've already got Chanom who's rotated towards ticket booth now, and just with the wrong timing from KJ, not able to find anything. This is such a great start for Made in Thailand on this CT side.
Let's see if they can keep up the pressure and keep up the pace. So far, so bloody good. And I'm excited to see just where they end up. After being so damn strong for the start of the CT side, it'd be a shame if this all turned around. Especially up against just a couple of Deagles.
Yeah, Made in Thailand had a similar start on Overpass though. Was on the T side over there. This is just vintage Myrol's. Like, if I look at this Made in Thailand roster, this guy is by far and away the best player. Was kind of like the second star back in the day of like this Alpha Red Beyond core behind their AWPA, and he was such a sick anchor, and that's exactly what you're seeing. Like, those multi-frags on con side is exactly what he used to do. A couple of the other boys doing really well for themselves as well. Like, Anoni over from Cat side, he's now going to get the AWP in his hands. Almost wanted to see him keep the rifle. Did have a tack timeout in the meantime, though, from VTM. It's a half buy with a hero Khalil. They're going to throw initial util towards middle and then just look for this timing on the A-pop.
As I said, connector, it's been a little bit sore for VTM, so let's just forego that position in its entirety and look to get a bit of a steamroll in towards this A side if you can. Significant damage on towards Rolex, needs a bit of assistance from the rest of the team. A flashbang in from Myrol's good for the first one, but only just the one. The rest of the rotations start to come through from Made in Thailand, and it is just a good effort of the rifles on the site to lock it down. The 6 secured for the CTs.
Okay. Yet another one coming through. Oh, mid-control here yet again. At least going to be feigned with the molly. Anoni Realizing it's a ruse, looking for the pick at unders instead, but will get out of dodge this time. No real damage going either way just yet.
A big commitment to this underpass walk here from VTM. Probably want to go for a Windows boost or try to look for a pick in towards jungle side. But this is, again, the crossfire they have to be concerned with. Been getting absolutely destroyed by Con Short multiple times in a row now. There's the window boost. In fact, it's a double window boost. So I'm not sure if MyRolls is going to have this on lockdown once the smoke clears.
It's all going to come down to the timing. Crosshair placement is at the window side, so not really expecting that anything could be happening inside the window. Sees the shoulder. It's his life. So first casualty to the side of Made in Thailand, but are they going to be able to bring something back?
They're going to give it a red hot crack. Rolex, though, domed through the wood. Walls paper thin at best, and in the 1v4 or Melody, you don't really expect him to have any form of a shot in this round, especially after he's chipped down to 23 health. It is just the hunt that's on. VTM looking to crack it and finally get themselves a second.
Yeah, made a good adjustment. The A play doesn't work out for them very well post timeout, but with the boost play from unders, double window boost, a little bit different of an approach after they've been kind of getting Shrek'd running up con multiple rounds in a row. Need some more T-side ideas where that came from. Have heavily conditioned mid and the A side of the map, so would love to see, you know, some palace pops or maybe a beat timing, something like that from VTM. So it has felt like very similar kind of approaches working mid most of these T-side rounds and on a pretty similar timing, like first 30-40 seconds of util, and then they're always trying to force up corner into window. Going to be something that Made in Thailand is well aware of by this point.
And even if VTM do change it up, right, and they go for a different look towards the A site for that example, it's with the lesser weaponry and no space to be found, just immediate util dumps from Made in Thailand to dance around, so gonna have to maybe see VTM work a little bit faster, but also not just all eggs in the basket. And then they crack. Orp ran on it over at the window, and immediate reposition to cat side as well in this earlier B look for VTM. With a bit of a mid how you going as well.
Everything just boiling down to an incredibly slow approach. VTM looking to punish any pushes. Just peeking back towards T-spawn, grabbing some extra util. And Made in Thailand very hesitant to make any moves. MyRolls in the meanwhile will be able to get that first pick after having a quick peek into mid.
He's waiting for the window boost. That's something you've already seen from VTM. So good adaptation from Made in Thailand. There's the top con smoke. Hatred has been sitting in B-ups for quite a while looking for a pick. Now going to turn into a little bit of a B-walk from VTM here. Off angle from All Maladoy. Doesn't quite secure the kill that he was looking for, but Anoni is at least going to pick one on the cross. Rotation into the site from Chanom is not even needed at this point because the AWP is absolutely demolishing VTM.
15 seconds to go, and there's just no time that they're going to be able to do it. A missed AWP shot as well for a 4 alive scenario for Made in Thailand. I thought off the offset it was going to be a little bit of a faster round from VTM, right? You've got the players at top mid, but majority of the force outside B ready with util to potentially go for a bit of an execute, but they think better of it. They look elsewhere, and when they lose some members, they make the decision to attempt B. Yeah, falls flat on its face, really. Great work done by All Melody and Chanom at the end.
Where to from this point? That's the question. Whoa, missed chance. Baby should not be alive there, but alas, VTM taken many names. It's all up to Omoladui, but won't be able to hold there from the bench. Hope to cut him in half, but will just get... Ooh. Absolutely dumpstered. One Rolex in a 1v4 and is not going to attempt at the AK. Precious on this CT side, and VTM, they're not going to hunt just yet, just making sure it is fully locked in for a third.
I mean, they don't have the money to hunt, really. Cannot afford to lose extra guns. Want to try to min-max every gun that they can possibly get into these last 2 rounds and a half. Rolex definitely wanting to hold on to the AK. The pace change for VTM was excellent there. They finally won that duel onto Myrol's top side of con. Cat player dealt with very nicely from VTM as well. And as soon as that mid crossfire is dismantled, things kind of fall apart pretty quickly for Made in Thailand from there.
Yeah, that was the B rush that I was kind of waiting for a little bit more, or rather the pacier attempt from VTM that I was expecting in the previous. Is that going to be the flip of the switch that they need, though, for these remaining 2 rounds? Or do they just one and done that one and fall back onto a little bit more commonplace in the slower played out rounds? And there's a timeout to have some discussions coming in to this one, though, first and foremost.
Getting down to the pointy end of the half. As VTM start to finally put their foot on the accelerator and really fight their way back into this game. Let's see if they're going to be able to do just that, or if Made in Thailand, with the saved AK, with these saved opportunities, can try to hit back. There are a few individuals still sort of missing from the game. Channel and Omaladui, unfortunately, a little bit slow sometimes, not really getting those opportunities, not really having to have those impact in the rounds where it was going right for Made in Thailand. They were kind of just demolishing VTM for those couple of moments. But hey, things change, and you got to be ready to play at any given moment.
Money's a little bit better here for VTM, so they can put together a good buy here with the weapons saved previously. Made in Thailand would be a pretty decent reset. Only 2 of them would be able to get rifles together if VTM can win this round, so very important for the T's to pick this one up. Try to get themselves an easier 7-5. Big stack in middle here for Made in Thailand. Haven't seen Myrolls this hyper aggro towards top middle, and you're just waiting for the flash timing that will surely come out from the CTs at some point.
Yeah, it's super cheeky, that's for sure. Second incense, though, to the top of mid. And as the smoke fades, it's the gun barrel that pokes out. A team kill as well from Ash Ether, but doubles down, so we're looking a little bit more hunky-dory for VTM. Anony revealing himself at the end, and just good for the single before being traded. You think that Made in Thailand's a little different look to that round was going to bring a bit more spice to it. Unfortunately, a bit tasteless.
Final round of the half. Let's see if they can make it happen here and bloody now. That's what everyone wants to see. It's a nice close game yet again, pushing us all the way to the end of regulation. Both teams just hungry for a dub. Neither team wanted to go down winless here. It would be a shame coming to the finals and not winning the map for Made in Thailand. But the momentum's starting to shift back the other direction, and I'm starting to get a little worried for Made in Thailand.
They kind of got reset in that last round, caught off guard by the A-smokes. Caught in transition on the rotation. VTM have beat the Molly over on this B side of the map. Timing looking pretty decent for them as the Mollies get layered in. It's actually the underpass flank that has pretty significant impact, and now with the bomb drop behind them, it feels like the T's are trying to scramble into a site that really is not welcoming them. Hatred now in a 1-on-4, and despite the Weeper weaponry, Made in Thailand with perfect timing have just destroyed VTM in the final round of the half there.
That's really well played from Made in Thailand to make this one look pretty doable on the flip to the T side. But is this where it all falls apart, though? For VTM, Need to have a good start on this CT side, otherwise we're going to potentially see that third map in this series. We're looking for a couple of our players that have really gone by the wayside to step up as well, in my opinion. Ashisha, KJ, members that have been pretty dominant throughout this tournament so far. You know, a couple of MVP performances from KJ and a sub in Ashisha, doing a lot of damage and putting up some good kill numbers, just not really able to do so in this map here.
Pistol, incredibly important, especially for VTM to win if they want to try to make this a 2-0, but so far so good. Made in Thailand, just flooding the A site. CT starting to cut him off, and ooh, chip him down, walking into the crosshair of Hatred. Isn't a good way to play out this round, but the bomb will be planted, so the retake's on, and Hatred, he is hunting, looking, pushing, but falling to my rolls. In the meanwhile, Ashelsa able to get that next pick, but the 1v2 is that much harder, especially with the given positions of these Ts. Tapping away from Con or Molody. Gets that 9th on the board and makes it a little easier. Made in Thailand finally stemming the momentum that VTM were building up.
Well, they're kind of dominating them now. 9-4. Wondering if you're going to get the full commitment to the force here from VTM. A couple of the boys did have some extra cash, like 2 to 2.8k. So it does seem like they're kind of outside of maybe Ashisha buying down for round number 16 at this point, because they're not going to have the loss bonus to purchase into the next one. Aggression into underpass doesn't really catch Shannon, and if anything, it feels like Made in Thailand starting to wrap them. Shannon cleaned out of TV room there though, and Icy caught on Cat is going to create an opening for Made in Thailand to just run straight up into this open A site.
There's been a bit of damage though. Baby 4, an upgrade to the Galil. And it feels like Icydal with that Desert Eagle is always primed for something here, though. Hatred caught unexpecting. I'll insert towards top mid for Made in Thailand. Starts to really just swivel back into the favor of the T's, you'd assume. Bomb timer going down. No kit available for VTM to get on this defuse, though they may very well just attempt it. Smoke is on. Defuse started to be tapped. Anoni spraying around, and Ashisha, yeah, you're good for the wraparound frag, but there's no way that you're converting this round. Damage can't even be found anymore as well. Made in Thailand for 10 on the board.
What are you calling here, Pilly? If this was you, you're down bad, you're on a bit of a mixed bag with bad util, you know, and we realise the meta is a little bit behind here in Southeast Asia, so you're probably up to scratch. Where are we going?
Oh, you know, just run it down at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe through mid. That could definitely work.
Mate, sounds
VTM,
too
they
easy to
seem
me.
kind of ready for the run it down approach, though. They're going to block with the con smoke. Blown wide open with a flash to follow up from Made in Thailand. Some pretty good utility trying to set up all Maladoy for success. And Noni able to find Hatred in the meantime. Over on Cart's side, messy exchange in the early parts of this round. Baby Force found his way into A main, which has a pretty nice position to try to deal with any kind of A split. And Rolex cleaned out a Palace is going to make this a little bit more one-dimensional as Made in Thailand trying to force their way up comp.
This definitely feels like a round right now that VTM should be finding. Yeah, unless they give any opportunities over to Made in Thailand. My rolls and Channel 4, which means it's just Anoni. And stuck in Connector now revealing himself. You would think it's going to be a nigh impossible situation. And that it is. VTM will get a couple of upgrades to those AKs at the tail end of the round, as well as they find a much needed round on this CT side.
Is that the straw that breaks the camel's back? Is that their way back into the game? Still a long way to go to get into that kind of conversation. But hey, we'll see where we end up here. You don't want to count your chickens, but you don't want to count them out. And mid-control going to be the point of resistance for Made in Thailand. But little do they know, VTM not bringing anyone to the party. They've gone 3-2 split at the start with no info, which means that there is a gaping hole for a short split. And that's happening right here, right now. 2 players on the B site may just get knocked down. This Tech 9 could run straight through them, but they won't this time. CT's holding strong, and the round looking that good. The flood comes in for both parties, and it's up to my rolls to try to save the day.
I don't know what he can really do in no man's land with the techie. He's dishing out some dinks, but wrapped on by Baby 4. Made in Thailand. It felt like they had a good timing for that B split, but there just wasn't the confident entry pathing that they needed. Usually you see those B splits dismantled from bench when you're trying to make your way up Cat in the first place, but I thought when the techies were able to actually get up close to the site that was going to be a round for Made in Thailand. You just needed to see someone actually scale onto the riflers. They kind of just AD outside of the site, despite the fact that they had a really good timing up short there.
It was honestly a crazy timing from Chanom how far he's able to get up before there was any realization from VTM that they need their weapons in hand instead of fumbling with a bit of utility. This is a bit pacier to already get through towards Con from Made in Thailand at the moment, though, with 0 pieces of utility now. It would just be a dry little peek through, or a boost over. That HE grenade as well is not going to do too much tickling against the Glocks, and there would be one dig from Melody.
Ooh. Alright. Or maybe cooking with gas, but these T's with pistols, you can never count them out. The Deagle doing work, the M4 picked up, and Rolex just laying down the law. VTM, you should never, ever in a million years be losing this round, but look where we are.
Oh my word.
Yeah, my rolls. That's foul Baby 4, so they definitely are going to be losing this round. It's just a question of if they're going to be able to save an M4 at the end of things. Big economy swing has Made in Thailand look to pick up a handful of guns. Well, Hellraiser's plant reverse default. Make it pretty impossible to defuse that, especially when I don't think Ashies has a kid here. Surprised he's even really trying to give this one a crack, and they will lose everything there, BTM. It felt like they were started to get a little bit of a comeback train together, but that is a pretty woeful round to be conceding, and look at the state of their economy. You really needed to save that M4 there, 2.4k. Not going to be able to afford to replace it in the follow-up gun round.
That round kind of feels like a situation now where you just got to forget about it, focus on the next one, or if not, you've still got another map around the corner if this goes the way that you don't want to, and Made in Thailand have a good answer back. See what Baby 4 can do with the AWP right now, perched out over in mid, good for the first, gets out of dodge as well, but has to head for the hills with that missed second attempt.
See what the future holds for them. Baby boosted onto a nasty line, and Shannon was never expecting that one. VTM getting a much needed round and a healthy one as well. 4 weapons alive into the next, 3 AKs even picked across, and Made in Thailand. It's going to be a difficult one to close out in this round, but we saw what happened in the prior, so we'll see how close that they can make it happen.
Yeah, did have at least enough cash to put a decent looking buy here together, down to a Mac 10. Initial smokes to middle with just some util pressure from my rolls. Trying to force out a little bit of a reaction or a lean more so towards middle. Rolex has lost his life in the meanwhile over towards A on the cross. Myral's just biding his time for this con timing, while the rest of Made in Thailand are not really even in position to make any impact towards A just yet.
Super aggressive in the palace though is Baby 4, and you don't really want a Mac 10 charging around you. Should have pulled the trigger on that first shot there. This could be a bit of a slowdown, but maybe it needs to be more of a ramp up for Made in Thailand when that bomb is dropped in palace and it's only all Melody left. The building blocks around him, etc. It's not looking too good either. Or maybe they are. Find some wrong timing for Hatred. Here's still this 1 versus 4 when they flood him on the site. And VTM are not letting Made in Thailand get that important 12th round just yet.
Not yet, but let's see what they're going to be able to do here with a pistol round, which unfortunately for VTM means that they have to do some thinking and get into some safer positions, make sure they don't get eco-mega lolled, because that would be detrimental to probably their mental health, but also the current situation, which would put Made in Thailand onto 12 rounds, and you wouldn't want that. Your mental boom would go crazy, and that's not what you want right now. Not up against Glocks, not up against the Deagles.
Yeah, that's true. You'd be surprised what you can get done with poor mental health, though, Mac. And look, I don't think it's something that VTM will have to be worried about, because they are wiping the floor with the pistols right now. Rolex has found one over towards A. Looking gorgeous with the Deagle. Landed one onto Icy as well. You can see how much respect he's commanding right now from VTM. Nobody wants to beat this man.
Yeah, this would be a not like this scenario for the 1 versus 5 that starts off with a Desert Eagle and a Dream. Bomb, meanwhile, is in the safe hands of Ashisa. And Baby 4 just finds the right line that he needs to lock down as well. A little liquor damage from Made in Thailand, sure, but they were just waiting for this next round where they get the rifles back in play.
All right, guns picked up again for Made in Thailand. Is this going to be the one they need? On paper, it should be. As things are getting closer and closer, VTM, they can taste that W. It's just there. Just there. But are they going to be able to find it?
Putting the AWP on the B line this time. Not going to be where Made in Thailand are heading towards, so I think you really want to move Ashisa off that B site sooner rather than later. It's a big approach in towards middle here from Made in Thailand. Just have that Palace lurk waiting in the wings. BTM kind of hanging around, and mobilizing Ashisa over towards ticket side is going to further reinforce this hold towards A and middle.
There's not a lot of utility left anymore for Made in Thailand, though. So they need to be a little bit more disciplined with the approach that they go in with and taking these swing duels. So it's a good start for Chanom, and even better for Myros onto Hatred. This is where things start to fall apart a little bit for VTM.
Oof. That is not what you want to see if you're a Vietnamese Counter-Strike fan. Made in Thailand just rolling straight through them. But more importantly, keeping us all interested in what's going down and looking to take us all the way to a third map. One round needed to do so.
Still got the AWP out here for VTM. And quick mid smokes for Made in Thailand. Bit of a contact approach in the mid round, found a bit of success for them the round previous. This time VTM want to try to take the fight head on, and it only goes 1 for 1 for them initially. Molly has been invested in towards unders to try to create an opportunity for Baby 4 to give them a man advantage. But Made in Thailand investing a lot of utility trying to keep these CTs at arm's length for now. So they secure con control with the smoke.
I was waiting to see what KJ was going to do over at A main. Thinks better of going for a bit of a deeper push. He also had Rolex being a bit aware of the possible wrap to come around. So there's a couple of duels at the moment that are going to be quite vital for VTM to hold on to this map, but also for Made in Thailand to close it. And this here, here's KJ getting caught, being a little bit too overzealous. And Icy Dale's going to fall potentially in the same bucket. No.
Just a full standoff. Oh, they make the move at the right moment. Trade comes through, but they know there's another. If they're playing nameplate Counter-Strike, which Anony is fully aware of the situation, and Icy, it's a rough one to try and play back from. But they don't seem to have the read. He's made a couple of steps. Icy loses the fight he needs to, and Made in Thailand will secure a map and take us all the way to 3.
Yeah, nicely done. Was kind of curious what they're going to be able to put together here on Mirage, but that was a pretty convincing game from them, particularly on the T side. Crossfire across middle as well was excellent on the CT side. It felt like Made in Thailand just on both sides of the map really got the most out of mid control and fighting towards middle, and VTM not necessarily having what they needed to be able to pick that game up. So look, really feels like this can go either way between a lot of these teams at the moment, and as such we will have a third map between the two teams.
No, we didn't get a third in yesterday's series.
Yeah, it's a interesting situation that we found ourselves in. VTM, I thought that they were going to make that comeback happen. They made me a believer, but unfortunately just falling at the final hurdle and just didn't get enough done in that first half. Made in Thailand, a incredibly dominant CT side, just kept us all guessing. And the big question is, where was that on Overpass? Pilly, that question was for you.
Was it for me?
Yes.
I'm not really an expert on such topics personally.
Okay, well, I'll send it to
really
Dion then if you're not an expert.
Okay. We'll let Dion tackle that one.
They picked Overpass and they picked wrong. They vetoed wrong. That's what they did. They clicked the wrong button. They rocked up late to that one, and they got lost in the source, but they picked it all up coming in towards Mirage, which means we get a Classico to finalize the series on Dust 2.
Okay, and that sounds pretty good to me. I can't wait to see Dust 2. I'm hoping both these teams bring the thunder from, well, maybe not down under, but somewhere else that's appropriate. And I'm hoping that we get a nice close one, because that was looking pretty good. But before, of course, we jump into that third and final map of this third place decider, we are jumping into a break. We'll be back just after this with the final map of the series. A smart factory. An automated factory. An industry-leading factory. A leading factory that shapes a pioneering brand in display technology. Ranked #1 in global gaming monitor market sales for 6 consecutive years. Produced by a world-leading monitor factory. TPV Technologies production base in Fujian, powered by a smart CNC center, enabling smart connectivity between the factory and equipment, and between equipment and products. Real-time monitoring of production status to ensure quality traceability for every AOC monitor. Asia's largest SMT smart unmanned warehouse, lights out factory, enabling automated material handling. Automated production, delivering efficient, smart production for every AOC monitor.
industry's first FDICT automated plug-in pre-inspection system, smart dimming and color calibration production line, enabling precise testing and quality control, precision tuning. AOC monitors bring every user's color imagination to life. This is where excellence begins. State-of-the-art national laboratory, uncompromising product quality standards. This is where the origin of colors inspires your heart, and where this smart factory delivers its promise of excellence. Defying limits, going beyond. It all begins here. 1 in 4 users worldwide chooses AOC monitors. Part of homes everywhere. Part of your life.
I've loved gaming ever since I was a kid. For me, games are as essential as air and water. Super, super important. So I keep updating and upgrading my game gear just to get a better gaming experience.
I hope you guys like Counter-Strike because we've got 1 more map, if not 4 more maps for you guys watching from home, and it's going to be a fun one. We've got Dust 2, we've got Action, we've got incredibly warmed up individuals after 2 slogfest on Overpass and Mirage, and we don't know who's going to take it, but we're down to best of 1 territory, so let's see what we end up getting. Pilski, who's your watch to player? Player to watch.
My player to wash.
Player to wash.
Look, I think, yeah, player to wash. Probably be my roles. That dude was looking filthy on Mirage. A lot of impact multi-frags. So I think that's definitely my player to wash if I was to wash a player.
Okay, who are you washing, Dion?
KJ probably need to rinse that and get you looking prettier for a good performance on Dust 2.
Okay, maybe not the most dangerous decision, but I'm keen to see what we end up getting from all of these individuals. It's curious as to where we're going to end up and who's going to be taking home the extra $500 dues, but it is time to jump on into Dust 2 for the bronze match, which, you know, we should probably give them more respect than that, but bronze is in 3rd this time, not as in their skill level.
Yeah. I mean, that was like your league rank, wasn't it, for a long time, if I remember correctly.
No idea
So
what
maybe
you're
you
talking
should
about.
be the one in the bronze match.
No idea what you're talking about.
I think he does know. He's just shy.
I mean, Mac, if I was to label Mac with any kind of descriptive words, shy would definitely be top of the list, you know? But
Yep.
VTM, not looking shy in this round. They're going to crunch uppers. Unfortunately, Made in Thailand are going towards A here, Dion.
Yeah, and Ash Easter needs to fall on back and potentially have a better start as opposed to the previous one on Mirage. The cross smokes come on out for Made in Thailand. Meanwhile, Chanom hears a bunch of footsteps stomping towards him and finds one. Can he make it a double? No. Bomb plant to go down, though, for Made in Thailand. And the retake is on.
Let's see if they're going to be able to make it happen. Hatred at range. Ooh, drawing attention away, but KJ only able to grab one from the long individuals. The double ramp setup looking incredibly strong for what is coming at him all the way around elbow, and Orm Malady going to be able to grab those two final kills. Made in Thailand off to the races with a T-side pistol.
Yeah, really nice. Straight out long. Flash to secure things from Rolex over the top side of car. Right above ramp to enable the double peak to close out that pistol from Made in Thailand. Just gorgeous stuff, really.
Gorgeous.
Right from start to finish. Big TM to get the force buy going for themselves. Bit of a traffic jam in spawn side there. That's going to stop Hatred from getting on the line in time here. We'll spot out the jump spot over towards Suicide nonetheless. And smoke to doors, just going to obscure his vision for now.
Well, I've seen a couple of cheeky secondary rounds picked up time and time again, and lesser purchases go to the team of the lighter investment. But are they going to be able to do it, VTM, in this round? A bit of a mid-exploration affair by Made in Thailand, and the crossfires are not looking too crash hot for VTM. Good for one, and a bit of extra damage in the affairs as well. But Baby 4, given an opportunity, is looking to be pulled away. No.
No. Not just yet. It's going to be, ooh, ever so difficult here. No space to really get the plant down, and they're just going to be fighting at range, but the T's are tearing through them. Another little one-tap from Rolex on the final bullet in the mag. Now we've got Hatred 1v2 left in a situation where he said, guys, I said wait until I rotate. What are you doing? I've just got a scout for this. But sometimes the jump scout is the best option, and that's exactly what. One more bullet to the head, to the dome, or even to the body here on Rolex could certainly do it, but it's all about who reacts first and where he's going to peek from. There it is, there's the info. And taps away. Oh, missed chances. That time is ticking. Needs to make it happen now and will. Oh, no. A catastrophe for Made in Thailand.
Oh my
As I said,
God.
oh,
What am I watching, man?
We're all
Like
asking
the
the same
quadruple
questions.
quickly from CT spawn side, and then just a whiff fest all along there. It's a lot of pressure in this third, fourth decider match, Dion. You can tell these players are really sweating, man.
I kind of maybe like preempted it, right? We've seen a lot of lesser buys, but that one had a bit of comedy thrown into the mix as well with how it does end up. Hey, you're given a lot of chances, and all that was needed was the final shot to connect to equalize. This is a bit of a B rush pop attempt, and Baby 4 says no with Ash Issa. The crunch from lowers as well, and VTM win that one very convincingly.
All right, let's see where we end up. Moving forward, moving on. And who we should be sending our attention to.
Probably not Made in Thailand. They're pretty broke.
Yeah.
They got a deagle. They got a deagle, or maybe two deagles.
Ooh,
And that's it, Mac. That's all they have to work with here.
that's so many deagles.
Just one.
And we've seen
Just one.
just one.
Just one.
But that's still so many. The potential impact that could be found. We have seen them win a round off the back of it, but this time it's looking a little bit different, a little bit more VTM favoured. And the Deagle yet to get a chance to activate.
Just one.
Nah, not even one. 5 guns survived for VTM. And they are looking pretty good on this CT side. That is a lot of cash on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. 6+K on all of these players. So they've got probably 2 buys or more if they're even going to chain some saves together on this CT side to keep stringing some rounds together. It's really up to Made in Thailand to get something going for themselves. They got a cheeky little bit of a B spawn to be working with here. But they're not going to take it.
Do see that Icy Dell as well had a decent CT one already on the line to just run straight towards long. These sort of rounds as well for VTM, they don't necessarily need to be bringing out an AWP just yet. Hold on to all these rifles as long as you feel like you need to. Then bring out the boomstick a little bit later on potentially. Bit of chipper damage from the HE grenade to the top of mid, but it is a foregone conclusion here that VTM have lost the control of that location, giving Made in Thailand a couple of options here.
Lurk Smoke getting disrespected here by Baby. But Made in Thailand. It's all a ruse. It's short that they're after, which they will throw some progression utility towards. There are no CTs here on short to spot. It's just the double long setup, only a player in CT to actually listen for what's going on, but it's the Insta-B split, and Bomb starts to make its way over towards uppers. Only one player here to hold. Hatred was in a great position to do so, but won't even get past that first man. Too worried about the B-ramp players coming up and knocking on his door, and from here you just save.
Yeah, I mean, the individual duels won before that mid to B even came together. I think they picked the B anchor pretty early on. It wasn't really a cohesive site hold with util in reply or any kind of crossfire from VTM. Really just is made in Thailand, given some pretty favorable duels early on, and then just kind of taking the obvious path from there. As mentioned, though, VTM, very strong economy on this CT side, and you can see already they're looking to be quite responsible with their money, as are Made in Thailand. They don't have cash built up just yet. Ashies are going to pop his head up. Not really connecting too many shots. I mean, he was kind of VTM's MVP on a couple of the maps yesterday. He's been very off today.
And only the one gun able to go into the next round for VTM as well, right? But this is where I do mention the AWPs can start to come out if they do need. And a couple of members that we got to start to see fire up a little bit more and bring back some of that consistency too. From today, from yesterday. This is, for those folks that might just be joining us as well, the lower bronze match here from the 3rd and 4th deciders. It will determine some good prize money allocations to the teams. And a couple of extra bits and bobs as well.
How we're looking. VTM realizing they need long, if not holding short. So they'll put themselves in a good position, but it's up to Icy's fight here, and the wild spray gets lost, not wrangled, and Hatred tucked into a incredibly poor position. But if he hits this shot, then maybe there's a chance with 3T's flooding up short side. There you go, fights for himself. But the double AWP setup from this position is awkward as all hell. Hatred, missed chance, missed opportunity, and probably a missed out round. The other two VTM members already falling back. relinquishing some control. Just depends on what a Shelsa wants to do from short here. Misses the timing on the flank, misses an opportunity to stop those T's from creating space, and the save is the call.
That's a sensible thing to do, but I think for VTM, it's a couple of rounds that have gone begging. KJ not connecting the shot there on the exit. Definitely need to maximize the amount of guns you're able to take away from Made in Thailand after they're picking up these kind of rounds. And look, that's a little bit more like it from KJ, but the repeat unlock. Very brave. I don't get it. I mean, it works. It works. They'll keep the off into it.
It's just some sort of new meta Pilsky that we don't understand, you know? But hey, they drop all and force all the weapons out of Made in Thailand's hand, which could have some good value if this round does get won by VTM. The loss bonus won't be there. You got a couple of members over on Made in Thailand that will have some AKs available though in the next round if that is the case. So quite important for VTM that this one is cleanly done and that they just, well, get the round on the board, because you win Counter-Strike. A good little A-long pop right now. We'll go backwards and forwards with Anony standing on top.
Missed chances. Awkward fight to take on that headshot line. But gonna give it a red hot crack. Not once, but maybe even twice. Oh, and this is the bomb. This is the bomb. That was the bomb. That's the bomb down in T-spawn. Anony.
Wait, hold up.
Chief. Hang on.
Is that was that the bomb?
That was the
bomb. Guys,
bomb,
I think it was the bomb.
I think that was the bomb.
That was the bomb, guys.
Anony thinks that was the bomb as well. He's going to go looking for it. Unfortunately, they're never going to see the bomb again until right now, because they've got it back. But what they don't have, Mac, what they don't have is money. And that's a problem.
That's true. That is a problem. Why is that a problem, Mitch?
Because you need money to buy guns, and you need guns to shoot people in Counter-Strike, Dion.
Yeah, but you could just get in towards one of these sites and 7350608 it, and, you know, kaboom.
Wow. It's pure analysis.
Kaboom.
Incredible. Kaboom.
We have seen a lot of these pistolas work a treat for Made in Thailand, but we've also seen them not. Now, Melody takes a massive chunk of damage to the body without even seeing anything just yet, so going to be quite difficult to do something for this round, you'd assume. In this little short endeavor that Made in Thailand looking to attempt for now.
And again, everything just slowing down. Smokes denying any early round action. Ooh, okay. Chances, opportunities, but not taken. Not by Mighty in Thailand, at least. 4 alive there for VTM as they do stretch out the lead.
I think that was a moment there where Made in Thailand were actually starting to string a couple T rounds together, but they're starting to fall by the wayside a little bit in the last couple. They got their economy reset pretty hard. VTM did a really, really good job of keeping their economy honest, just chipping down the weapons in some of those late or post-round scenarios. Well, shot miss from Hatred to start things off would have been a really good way to start for VTM in a round like this, because their money's pretty good, but Made in Thailand, once again, they'll run a little bit dry on the cash. Towards long. Try to create an opportunity with the HE grenade, but again, no opening kills found from the CT side.
Yeah, Rolex has won that one quite a little bit here and there against Baby 4, so he needs to think a bit better of it, as it's a more spread approach from Made in Thailand at the moment. See where they want to potentially try and end this one with a mid to B split, if they want to let Chanom work in the tunnels, or if they do want to go towards this A side as well and see what Rolex can potentially do. But with the bomb on his back, he's just going to meet with the rest of the team. I really don't want to see a world in which they try to all 5 up through short yet again. So I'd expect something of a bit of a split bag variety from them.
Ooh.
Crisp.
Alshelsa unable to hold. But the pick from Hatred in the meanwhile does keep them going, keep them cracking, and keeps on cracking him himself. Look at that, big damage, big hold. And the flood through. Myros will eventually punish that with the big 2-piece. Hatred not playing the pixel angle, but could be spotted there. Myros jiggles the right direction. Ooh. Beautiful round out of Hatred, really saving the day.
Hey, man's 11-3. That's a huge 4K on the AWP. In a pivotal round. I mean, you can see the effect that has on Made in Thailand's economy. They only had a 2.4 loss bonus, so that is a reset round that Hatred has effectively just won himself. VTM not only going up 6-3, but post anti-eco could be 7-3 and a really dominant CT side in the third map decider between these two teams. It's the kind of round that could get you a cheeky third place prize there, Dion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've kind of been waiting for a couple of individual moments to really step up. We've had some 3Ks and some 4Ks, but not really as required and needed in moments such as that. If you ever want to see something that is required, though, it's Made in Thailand finding some more rounds on this T side, backwards and forwards between rifles and pistols, and looking a little bit flat now in this map compared to Mirage. See what the options do look like for them with some of these upgraded pistols. As they do get this mid-control attempt time and time again with the standard mid-door flood smoke.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Tech9's off to the races, going to be able to lay down the law and get themselves the man advantage, as well as a couple of upgrades too. M4's picked up, but Hatred still here, still standing tall. This time on the opposing side of the map, and I like this from Made in Thailand. They're like, this guy just 4K'd us on B. Let's go the opposite direction to where the AWP currently is, which would have been good if they did it a little faster, but it has allowed a Shelsa back towards the B side.
Oh, that looks pretty good. Mid to B smoke's gone down. They've picked that B anchor. So nice and open sight here for Made in Thailand to kick their feet up and get nice and comfortable. VTM got to complete a 2-on-3. Well, KJ was going to go in for the flank towards Tons there, but he's really taking his time clearing out middle. He's a little bit worried that there could be some kind of a lurker sitting in lower Tons or around Xbox, but has got control of uppers for now. I mean, it's going to be a tough retake no matter which way you swing it. They may just play for exits here. Got all of the exits locked down.
I mean, there's just too much time to clear too many different angles before even attempting to get into the bomb site itself. So it switches from a round that's going to be winnable to a round that now you don't want your opponents taking any rifles into the next round. They started with pistols in this one, Made in Thailand, and they're coming out with a sorely needed round victory. Maybe even holding on to these guns as Hatred with an AWP in CT spawn. Quite vulnerable if you miss a shot here or have to cop a reload. Oh, Melody gonna lose the gun at the end. And, well, VTM, yes, they carry some weapons over into the next round and have cash to reinvest, but that was a round that you generally shouldn't be dropping to the pistols. So, well done to Myth.
Yeah, rough situation to be in, but Myth going to be happy with that. Keeping it close, just as we wanted, just as we expected. But of course, it's T-side dust too, which is generally pretty strong, depending on the spawns that you get. And this time, spawns are going to be sending them all the way to A, which VTM are not playing, at least towards the long side of things. It's a full send from Baby to donate a rifle and make this round that much harder for the Vietnamese.
Yeah, that was potential there. Flash caught my rolls, but was not capitalized upon. So it ends up backfiring a little bit for VTM, who I thought were going to stick around a little bit longer in middle and try to punish some kind of follow-up for Made in Thailand. But as it stands, seems like VTM want to secure control of long here. Rolex creeps out on the line before they can get comfortable. So this could be problems for the CT side, who peek on in with a flash. 1-for-1 thus far, but there are so many numbers here for Made in Thailand, and IC is not ready for the triple swing. Hatred flattened on ramp as well. And now Shelsa just Half the time on B, he sees nothing. Half the time he's getting bullied. Unfortunate position to be in.
Very much. A lot of players getting caught out in wrong timing with utility and quick switching in hands for VTM in this one. Now the money that you had built up is all but gone and absent, so you definitely want to see Ashes to just hold on to this M4, onto the kit into the next round as well, as Made in Thailand are certainly looking to make a little bit of a comeback on this T side to try and equalize for the exchange.
And that's looking like that'll be that. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to find a Shelsar. Full respect, Made in Thailand, worrying about their own economy and just keeping the 4 weapons alive. Nice and appropriate. Not a bad choice. But let's see what we're going to be getting into the final round of this first half.
Yeah, VTM still with enough cash to be able to reinvest here. Didn't mind the approach of the aggression, running straight up the guts in middle. Just couldn't quite take hold of that opportunity with both hands. Oh, definitely don't want to be crossing into lowers there. Would have been punished by Anoni on the cross. Hatred ready for the follow-up repeat as the door smoke finally blooms.
More shots being echoed out as well. Baby 4 gonna have to be real careful on how you want to navigate this angle if you are by yourself. Icydel can try and get a flash to promote a bit of a peek in here, and he'll do so, but no one to be met with around the corner. Oh, Melody, mind you, is just finding 2 great kills in this round for Made in Thailand to try to equalize.
Okay, Icy. Firing up just in time. And that Molly will buy some space to fully take the A site, which has been cleared out. We are seeing them put themselves in a good position here. Planning for Platt yet again. But the CT's here first. Flash over the corner. Won't pop in time. And it's Anoni to try and find a safe place to play from. No way. There's no way. There's absolutely no way, no world that he's going to make this happen. And he certainly won't. Icy coming through. Here's the ringing of that Tech 9 and decides that's his best opportunity to make mincemeat of him. Pushes forward. And then it's going to be 7-5 at the half. Similar to what we've seen most maps, if not all. No, 8-4 at the half on Mirage. So pretty close. But we'll see who ends up taking it here in the second.
Pretty good game from Hatred thus far. Now onto the T side, see if he can keep that same momentum going with the AWP. Bit of a B spawn for VTM if they want to take it here. On the pistol, Made in Thailand not investing in any of the dualies. It's going to be mostly armor kind of approach, so trust in the range of the USPs. A little bit more of a lean towards B, just in a 2-1-2. No quick pacing out of long here. Maybe a late long peak enabled by a couple of flashes as you see VTM start to make some moves in towards short. They're going to take the middle of the map nice and early on and force a bit of a rotation from Made in Thailand.
And it's what Myth were doing time and time again as well. Getting a lot of this free real estate up through mid. And as VTM do start to have a split approach towards the A side, it is going to be backed up by a beautiful amount of Made in Thailand members, but they are instantaneously removed from the equation in this round. Oh, Melody. Seems like we're having a couple of multi-frag moments from him start to come into the play, and with the damage that's delivered onto Hatred and a couple of extra digits on towards KJ and Ashisa, this may very well be workable for Myth.
Yeah, you might be right in saying that. Especially now. Just gets a little bit too hard. The Glocks, the pistols for VTM. Too much to get past this time. And you could tell that they just kind of felt the pressure and crumbled under it. As we move into the next, VTM putting themselves in prime position to try to make this happen.
No force buy from Made in Thailand, so just going to trust the rifle-centric buy. in round number 15. He's sitting a run up mid before, or maybe it's a different team that I'm thinking of with all of the USPs. So might see a repeat of a round previous that we've seen in this tournament where the rifles just mop up all of these USPs like shooting fish in a barrel in bloody middle right now. And Noddy, that's a freebie handed to him, but he can't be able to take advantage of it. Baby 4 puts him down, and VTM up 9-5 now, well and truly in the driver's seat to close this game on the T side.
Yeah, just forget about that one now. It's made in Thailand. You got the weaponry back into your possession, and you need to start to have an awakening force on this CT side to make this one competitive and try to get a victory here. When a lot of the murmurs going around from what I've seen so far have had a lot of fan base for VTM. So seems like they're a little bit overpowering at the moment. See if that's going to help them in the server itself. A big round for VTM as well to try and establish double digits and make a clean T side happen. For now though, locked out of bedroom. Not really playing for middle. Util will start to fade away and they'll look towards that mid of the map.
Set piece, flash across. Gets Anony off the line, but it's answered by another flash from Myros to try and send him back in. No damage going either way. And Molly's going everywhere just to buy some extra time and space. Made in Thailand still with long control. Will give up short and play the 3-2 split, totaled up on B. So if VTM come this direction with the crisscross smokes, Chanham at the window should be in a good spot to deal with the pressure, but it's short now that VTM are after.
Yeah, just the mid to B smokes being thrown out by VTM to deny some information. You can see Baby 4 is trying to swindle his way into CT spawn to try to catch them off guard. 30 seconds on the clock. Myrol's looking to disrupt, but caught completely off guard by that little lurk on through from Baby 4 into CT spawn. Leaves Anony high and dry, and Rolex in another bloody postcode. Can't really get too much done. At least one picked on the cross there from All Melody before this plant goes down.
Oh, Hatred finds All Melody as well, and with Rolex finding a kill of his own, gives up the position. Not a lot of HP or util to get into this one as a 1 versus 3. Got to give credit where credit is due. There's a great insert by Baby 4 in towards the CT spawn as well. Finds a really important kill, but also the fact that he's able to just double down, block off a retake angle for Made in Thailand makes it very difficult for them to have some comfort to get back in towards this retake. So VTM, they'll be finding double digits with this round. And I think the question does start to go, how much further will they run this one for? Will we see anything back from Made in Thailand?
Well, we're figuring that one out as we go. Wouldn't be against it, though. Love to see them, dig deep and try to make it happen, but it's kind of got to happen here, right? You're going all in on the buy, don't have the best utility. They are playing spawns, but this time getting frisky with the mid-push or Molody. Deciding he wanted to go into lowers, thinks he's been spotted, will just decide to send it back to B instead. And B's going to be the stronger site, but we can see the VTM, they're thinking about popping out long.
Yeah, I think it could go well for them. Rolex is pretty low here. My rolls to follow up only has a famous beautiful flash timing to allow the T's to just stream straight out of bedroom. Smoke creates a favorable opening duel there for my rolls, but he's not able to capitalize on it. Just felt like he was a little bit asleep at the wheel, and that's too much pressure for Chinom to deal with. VTM able to pretty easily stream into long there. Now slowing things down because they got a pretty significant advantage at this point. They're just going to give time for Icy to cook in towards B here. Maybe act as a little bit of a money man to inform their decision making going forward.
And I like it as well. Couple of members low on VTM's side. You can get picked off by this scout or by another rifle quick as done. It could give Made in Thailand a way back into the round. So eventually the call will be made to either rotate to B or still look to go towards this A site when Icy Dale comes through the spawn side. Sees what he can. Activate later. There's going to be a time element on this round though, with the bomb now actually deciding to go to the B side. If all Melody finds 2, there will be 0 time for VTM to close this round. And they're not being quiet about this whatsoever. There's the first. This could get problematic.
Whoa, awkward. Very awkward indeed, and that's going to be the bomb found. Yes, there it goes. No time to plant, and now the CTs just need to run for their lives. KJ just here, but there's a chance. There's a second. There's a moment. He sees it. Oh, my Lord. How has he stayed there? What are they doing? Bro.
Oh,
That's all I got.
It's quintessential Asian CS. Honestly.
Essential.
That's a generational fumble, though, in a 4-on-2 with all of the information that you needed. After a really good exchange towards long, you found a way to lose the round. It's unbelievable. Not much util to follow up here for Made in Thailand, so a potential chance at a reset for VTM after fumbling a pretty unlosable round. See if they can make do on a bit of a missed opportunity there.
They were very scared from going into that long cross in its entirety, but this time they need to be a little bit more commanding, and command they shall. 1 apiece for 3 of the VTM members, and surely this time you go a little bit pacier into a site together as a team and not spread out to allow Myth to pull the rug from out under you again.
Surely, right?
Unless.
Surely. We'll see what we're cooking. We'll see what they're giving us. And that's not too bad. VTM locking it in. And Made in Thailand will be licking their wounds. Not much left to try to fend off a couple of match points. Scout's definitely there. So's the MP9s. They're going all in again. It's all the marbles or nothing for Made in Thailand here.
Yeah, look, VTM, a little bit of a fumble in a round previous, but they definitely made up for it. Insta reset on Made in Thailand. Now in touching distance of securing themselves 3rd place here at AOC Masters. Once again, forcing their way straight out long. An exchange spare battle through that long smoke does favor Rolex, at least initially. Both Baby and Icy very low here, so there's potential in this round for Made in Thailand.
You got the standard util up through short of 8 off, put any AWPs that may be present on the CT side and any aggressions, but Anony will lose his life. And there's been a significant amount of damage across the spectrum for VTM as well. 3 players all quite low, and with the space that Channel has found as well, you're just locked in towards long at the moment as Made in Thailand. You are waiting to see, though, KJ activate in the spawn side and throw a spanner in the works of what Myth were trying to play for at the moment. The bullets, they have to go backwards and forwards across both the sides of this A-site engagement, and when that starts to settle, Channel for a 1 versus 2, an AK in possession. They're going to go for a bit of a cross. Knows where the second member is and gets the headshot as well. VTM will not find 12 just yet.
That was wild. Absolutely wild. But Made in Thailand, they buy themselves another moment, another opportunity. And a little bit more time. Eventually trying to get that short boost into lowers sorted, but this one just running around and the B-site players may not be ready. Or Malady in the off angle, just hoping he can get his gun out in time to try and fight, but his head gets destroyed, ends up burning to the Shmolotov, and VTM with a lackluster buy have just flooded into the B site, somehow not able to trade and overextending over to the window side, gets enough done. Ends up being just enough of an extension to make it happen for 12, and Made in Thailand are kicking themselves.
I mean, every time they win a round, you feel like they have no business winning. It's just an immediate reset. Like, I don't know what that B protocol was. You know, he had like the reactive util to throw a smoke down, buy time for the flood to come in through window side, but felt like they just let VTM walk out of B tunnels for free against their eco round. It's craziness. All of that extra space is completely capitalized over from VTM, who once again win the exchange over on long. Anoni's got a lot of work to do here. VTM feel like they want to slow this one down. Let time for a flash to come into play. Anoni is just absolutely making mincemeat of them right now. Puts things into quite a winnable 2-on-2, and oh my god, he's made it across the car. This could be huge.
Ooh, it could be indeed. They're not even thinking that he could be here. Where has that flash come in from? Oh, Chanom, that was not the flash you wanted to see thrown, and is going to seal the deal with Ash Issa finding that final frag. 13-7 for VTM. They'll be the victors in this third place decider match.
Couldn't have asked for more. There was action going left, right, and center, bloody everywhere. You name it. The unwinnable rounds were won. The winnable rounds were lost. And things just went absolutely catastrophic all through this third place decider, but we got there in the end. It took 3 maps, and VTM are the bronze place holders. Made in Thailand will be sent to the 4th place, and of course it was a big battle between, you know, these two Southeast Asian teams. Vietnamese Counter-Strike, however, stands tall across the top of Thai CS, which I'm sure everyone in Thailand is very sad to see. But I can hear Vietnam cheering from here, Pilly.
Yeah, I mean, VTM doing pretty well for themselves. I'd say they've been more convincing of the two teams, at least throughout this whole tournament, although Made in Thailand did have a rough initial game here in AOC Masters against a team that is probably favoured to win the grand final we're about to witness pretty soon here. But I think for VTM, you know, did look like they could have won their game yesterday, just kind of let it slip through their fingers a little bit. And at least here today, despite some messy circumstances in that last map, they were front running for a lot of it. And outside of some, you know, I would say streaky kind of runs around for Made in Thailand, where it looked like they were actually feeling it, I think that VTM, looking like the more consistent of the two teams, were able to finally scrape it across the line there on Dust 2, despite some hilarity ensuing the last like 5 or 6 rounds there. That's just classic Asian CS.
The bad buyers ended up doing well. The good buyers ended up doing poorly. It kind of didn't really make sense, but both teams just forced buying for their lives. And VTM Esports, hailing from Vietnam, are your victors, which means we are getting that one step closer to the grand final, which gets me bloody going, Dion. However, of course, you know, being a huge Vietnamese CS fan, Dion, what words do you have for him?
Honestly, we see in a lot of these FPS games, Vietnam be a region that is putting some heavy investment and putting some heavy viewership towards the teams that are trying to do things across the board in FPS right now. So honestly, keep doing it, keep supporting the region, keep supporting the teams to keep having events like this, to put these teams in and showcase really what they can do. I think it's phenomenal, the fact that they get, you know, this team in, you're able to get third, you know, keep putting these investments in, keep putting the viewership, keep supporting all of the teams to really, you know, make SEA Counter-Strike great again.
That's what we're looking for. And we do have an interview lined up with one of our winners. Boys, go and have a chat.
Have a chat with VTM here after they did win themselves that 3rd place decider. So how did you find the game today? You know, pretty tough match there. Went to all 3 against Made in Thailand, but you guys were able to come away with the dub. How are you feeling?
I feel very happy because I think that our team like worked really hard and we are very proud of ourselves. This is a big win for us.
No, that's it's really good to hear. What preparations did you do for this one versus yesterday's game when you come in towards this lower final today?
I think that because we lost the game in yesterday, so we study our opponent very much. Like we watched the team demo, and I think that we prepare everything that we could before this match.
That's great. Could you tell us a little bit more about your team, if possible? Because we've seen some Vietnamese CS teams in the past, like Sky Red and some other rosters be put together. But, you know, that was quite a long time ago. So how is Vietnamese Counter-Strike doing? And tell us a little bit about your team's journey lately.
I think the Vietnamese CS is kind of growing nowadays because there are like some people that put the money in the CS scene for the players to like try hard the game, and for our team, we have some of the best players in Vietnam, and I am very proud of my team.
Awesome. And before I let you go, what's next for you guys? Are you looking forward to some more tournaments next year? Like, if you had a goal for 2026 as we're closing out 2025 now, what would you guys be looking forward to for next year?
I think that we are looking for our next tournament is the Zowie Extreme Lane, and for the 2026, we are try harding to like attend every single tournament if that we can, and try to do our best in every tournament.
Awesome. Well, we'll all be looking forward to seeing your participation in some more Asia-based events, and best of luck to you in the future. Congrats on the win and the 3rd place.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to have a chat and also get that little bit of insight into Vietnamese CS, which, you know, there's not a whole lot known about around the general international grounds, but good to know that, you know, they are getting that support and that they are looking towards the future and have some more tournaments to play in, which is looking good for them. So congrats on the 3rd place. But of course, the grand final is coming up very shortly indeed, and I cannot wait to get there. But it is time to go to a break before we jump into the final match of this.
A smart factory. An automated factory. An industry-leading factory. A leading factory that shapes a pioneering brand in display technology. Ranked #1 in global gaming monitor market sales for 6 consecutive years. Produced by a world-leading monitor factory. TPV Technologies production base in Fuji, powered by a smart CNC center, enabling smart connectivity between the factory and equipment, and between equipment and products. Real-time monitoring of production status to ensure quality traceability for every AOC monitor. Asia's largest SMT Smart Unmanned Warehouse, Lights Out Factory, enabling automated material handling, automated production, delivering efficient, smart production for every AOC monitor. Industry's first FDICT automated plug-in pre-inspection system. Smart dimming and color calibration production line, enabling precise testing and quality control, precision tuning. AOC monitors bring every user's color imagination to life. This is where excellence begins. State-of-the-art national laboratory, uncompromising product quality standards. This is where the origin of colors inspires your heart, and where this smart factory delivers its promise of excellence. Defying limits, going beyond. It all begins here. 1 in 4 users worldwide chooses AOC monitors. Part of homes everywhere. Part of your life.
I've loved gaming ever since I was a kid. For me, games are as essential as air and water. Super important. So I keep updating and upgrading my game gear just to get a better gaming experience. And at the same time, I also need a better monitor, higher refresh rate, faster response time. But I totally forgot about how my eyes feel. The longer I play, the worse my eyes get. And that's been making my reaction time drop non-stop. Till I came across it. AOC Q27G4SLWS. It's got 2K resolution, a 320Hz high refresh rate, and 1 millisecond response time. Totally checks all my needs. But what won me over isn't all these features, it's the comfort it gives me. Up till then, the monitor I used only gave off linearly polarized light. Every single beam of light only vibrates back and forth in one plane, and it hits your eyes at a fixed angle. There's this small spot on your retina called the macula. It's the part of your eye that gives you the sharpest vision, but it's super sensitive and fragile. That's why there's a ton of lutein concentrated right in front of it. They soak up the harmful parts of the light, which helps protect our delicate retinas. But linearly polarized light that stays in one direction hits the same spot in your eyes, and that only activates a tiny bit of lutein. It means a lot of harmful light can't get soaked up. If you use a screen like this for long term, it will make your eyes tired and even damage your eyesight. But this monitor has got hardware circular polarization tag. It gives you a viewing experience way closer to natural light. It adds a circular polarization layer right on the screen surface. So it takes the linearly polarized light from the monitor screen and turns it into circularly polarized light that spins in a spiral. Circular polarized light mimics the way sunlight works in nature. It spins evenly and covers every direction. Once this kind of light gets into your eyes, it can cover the lutein in different areas evenly, and it boosts the absorption efficiency of lutein, cuts down on the harmful light reaching your retina. So even if you use it for long term, your eyes won't feel sore or uncomfortable at all. Apart from that, it also has hardware low blue mode and flicker free tag. This cuts down on harmful blue light and screen flicker right from the source. It's perfect for gaming, where you're using your eyes non-stop. And it's not just about the competitive gaming experience. It also has awesome colors with 95% DCI P3 color gamut coverage, plus a max brightness of 450 nits. Even when just chilling with movies or shows, the visual experience is so good. You could say this AOC Q27 G4SLWS not only checks all my boxes for gaming, but also eases the eye strain playing games for a long time, letting me dive into the game world without any worries.
Welcome back, guys. We're coming off of that break, and welcome again to day 2 of AOC Masters 2025 Grand Finals round. We have just witnessed that battle for third. It was honestly a bit of a doozy, but VTM were able to squeeze out that victory, so congratulations to them, but still kudos to Made in Thailand for having a phenomenal performance nonetheless. So that means that we are now just one series away, the last series of this tournament, to see who will become the Grand Finals champion, and that will be a best of 3 match between Alter Ego versus Bayman Esports. But of course, before we get into that, let's thank our sponsors for making all of this possible. We have Crucial, XPG, NZXT, and of course Aegon by AOC, who just launched their newest competitive monitor in collaboration with Counter-Strike 2, the CS24AP, the ultimate esports monitor engineered for competitive dominance, boasting a groundbreaking 610 Hz refresh rate. Zero hesitation, guys, and of course 0.3 millisecond response time to deliver blistering speed and pinpoint clarity. If perfection is what you strive for, this monitor is definitely for you. And next up, of course, is the wide array of Aegon by AOC monitors that we do have here in the studio. You're seeing now the AG3046 UCD, our 34-inch QD OLED ultra-wide with 175 Hz refresh rate and an insane 0.03 millisecond response time. Perfect for those wide aspect ratio players. You know, you want to see your opponents at the corner of your eye. This is one of those perfect monitors for you. If you play RTS, you're going to see your entire base, of course. Next up, we have our AG27 6QZD. This is our 240 Hz refresh rate OLED monitor with stunning 1440p resolution and just, again, absolutely gorgeous visuals. If you're looking to up your AAA title experience, you know, get that graphic fidelity up to 11, level 11, more than 10, this is the monitor that you might be looking Next up, for our performance gamers out there, we have the Q27G11E and the 27G4H. These two monitors, so you're seeing right now in front of you the Q27G11E and right behind 27G4H. Fast IPS panels up to 200 Hz refresh rate for that smooth, buttery, responsive gameplay. No nonsense, no frills, just straight to the action, guys. If you're competitive, just looking for that performance, this is for you. Another one for those wide monitors, curved wide monitors, guys. We have the CU34G4Z running a massive 240 Hz refresh rate on a 34-inch curved VA panel. If you're looking for something a little bit, different from the AG346 UCD, this could be the one for you. If you're looking for a more competitive, just again straight into that high refresh rate, that could be the one for you. Next up, for our compact esports setups, we have the 24G4 delivering up to 240 Hz refresh rate with lightning fast response times. We're not only, going for the biggest setups, even the compact setups. You don't have a lot of space at your house. This 24G4 is the perfect size for you. You're not going to sacrifice any kind of performance whatsoever. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that whatever your play style, Aegon by AOC has the perfect monitor to level up your game. And again, big shout outs to Aegon by AOC by making all of this possible. So, I believe with all of that, we are setting ourselves up to the lobby, so I'll pass it on to our casters. We got Macmay, we got Pilsky, we got Komodo, bringing you all the action for the grand finals. So let's throw it to them right now.
I was muted the whole time. Absolutely insane scenes going on. But yes, I'm ready for a grand final. I'm ready to get into the action and ready to get underway with everything that's been going on. Good to see that we are all ripe, ready, and now caffeinated. What you up to, Pilsky? And who do you have taking this grand final?
Oh, mate, it's got to be Alter Ego, honestly. They've looked like the best team from this tournament thus far. Haven't really had too many games that were particularly competitive with them, so I'd imagine they're going to be the favorites to take out pretty much anybody else in this tournament. But Bateman, look, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I hope they can really turn up to this game. It's really up to them how competitive this grand final is, and I'd love to see them steal away a map or maybe even keep it competitive enough to try to cause a little bit of an upset here, because if I've learned anything from these various different Alter Ego lineups and, Ben Tet mixed teams, this and that, it's that they are definitely not unbeatable, even with the name brands on paper that they sometimes have.
Yeah, and look, we're going to be playing this one on Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke. We'll see if we even need that Nuke, but Mirage and Dust 2 means it's going to be heavily based on the firepower, so we'll see if Bayman are going to be able to go toe-to-toe with this one at all, or if it is just going to be all stonks rising, as we are right on into this one. It's ready to go, and the pistols are red hot. Bayman going to be starting on the T side, Alter Ego on the defense, 3-2 split for them. Let's see where Bayman go.
Well, they are going to be electing to start their endeavors over towards the lesser stacked bomb site, though Grass is apparently just charging on in by himself, finding a freebie onto Racing. And now Rate needs a little bit of assistance, perhaps, as this B site is starting to be overwhelmed, but, well, as quick as that was elected to start, it has just been stalled by Yelled Smokey Boy.
Yeah, blocked by the B out smoke. Grat on this A ramp line, looking to continue to nail some more, I guess, nails in the coffin. Oh, catch them on the fadeaway. That is disgusting crosshair placement. Bilal as well. They're just walking into his crosshair out of underpass and collapsed upon is Ignite. That is a nightmare pistol to start this grand final off for Bayman.
Yeah, but you'll take it, right? You'll take that every day of the week, and we'll see what we end up getting from the rest of them, as it is a bit of a blistering start. Bayman certainly going to be having a wake up quickly. Obviously, it's late in the day over there, but you're looking at this, and you're looking at the firepower, the pure mechanical skill that Alter Ego are bringing into this grand final, and yeah, you're going to be quivering in your boots. We heard in the interview yesterday that Bayman obviously are showing a lot of respect to Alter Ego, but you still have to have that confidence, right, Dion?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you just got to give it everything that you possibly can. You've got into the grand final, so for Bayman, you know, they're already showing some things in this tourney. Not potentially in a round such as this, however, folks, as it's just the pistols, and they are not as potent at the moment unless the Desert Eagle of Borosto is going to make me eat my words.
Yeah. He wants to try to see if he can get some deep shots going for himself. I mean, he's probably the most experienced player on Bayman with his forays in, you know, ECL and various other tournaments, and you can see exactly he's been able to take Pole Bandana out of the equation. Some good crosshair placement and awareness to be ready for the ramp push. Alter Ego want to potentially keep this as clean as possible, so they're not giving him too many more opportunities. The first deep shot has already earned some respect. That's not the timing that he was looking for. He's heard the footsteps from Bilal, though. But popping his head up will be dealt with well. So Alter Ego, a nice easy cleanup on the anti-eco.
Let's see what they've got for us here in the third, though. Bayman finally moving onto the rifles for the most part. Mac 10 in the mix for Razing. Let's see where they end up going. Andy dropping the bomb. Looking like he is... Oh, I thought he was going to take a mid spawn, but it's faster towards B. There is numbers coming this direction.
I agree with you. I thought he was going to be taking a mid spawn as well, but there is a very light investment of utility technically remaining for this Bayman squad, so they might just want to be setting up for a bit of a pop in towards this B site with some, you know, market smokes and straight on out with a flash on over, but you do have to either wait the flames or extinguish them. They're going to choose the latter, and Raish is going to have to call for a little bit of assistance over towards this side as well. That's not the right timing you want when you have to have a reload in. Bayman can get the plant now.
And that's not what you were looking for. Bianca gets folded like a plastic chair, and Bayman very comfortable, posted up, having a bloody barbecue inside of the B site right now. Flank from Paul Bandana needs to find some impact so that Alter Ego can start to scale out market after that initial contact has been taken. Maybe a little bit of attention taken away from the flank if that's going to be coming on in. Finally spotted out there, but torn apart trying to come out of market. Alter Ego are getting absolutely destroyed trying to retake this B site, and the flank is gorgeous from Racing.
Rough end of the round, though. And Alter Ego just not quite ready for the blistering pace that Bayman brought into this one. Keen to see what they have for us again. And good to see that it wasn't just a pushover round there, thinking that, you know, if you didn't take that one too seriously, things could get a little awkward, a little confusing. But alas, Alter Ego with some cleaner rounds before still have a okay amount of money to buy up here and give themselves a shooting shot.
Something that I was liking from Alter Ego yesterday was every time that they lose a round, they have an adjustment and they make some very wise mid-round decisions as well. So we'll definitely come to expect that even in the early stages of this map right now. There's a bit of aggression in mid from Bentet, though. We'll be able to duck out of that one. There's also been a bit of damage over towards Anastasis as well as Racing.
Yeah, they're taking a couple of licks in this round. Bayman, though, I mean, the money is pretty good after how clean that last gun round one on that B side was, so good chance to reset Alter Ego's money nice and early on in the game and keep this grand final more competitive than I think many would expect it to be. A lot of patience being shown here by Bayman. I think they really are anticipating Alter Ego to play with the confidence of the favorite and get in their face a little bit. But with 58 seconds on the clock, the T's need to start to make some moves sooner rather than later.
You're telling me?
I am. I'm telling you, Mac. That was directed
You really
specifically
are.
at you.
Yeah, everything slowing down for the moment. Which again is not what you want with 30 seconds on the clock. Up short they go, but that con smoke leaves something to be desired. And the angle across the top is abused by Alter Ego. Rates as well, locking down apps. And the bomb has been retrieved as they go to A with 20 seconds. Only Bilal here to hold from under the balcony. I think he's heard the footsteps. And he has called in the reinforcements. Bentet starting to make his way in on CT side. Flash across the top just to draw attention away. And the others player, Bilal, activates for the double. That's going to be 3 on the board for Alter Ego.
Yeah, some pretty good adjustments from them, to be honest with you. Bentet as well, finding some great damage. And when the first little bit of damage is done, as long as Alter Ego don't fumble, he should be good to close, which is what happens as well. Feel like over in the apartments, though, for Bayman, unfortunately, a bit of timing, a little bit of checking the angle where you think it's clear and it's not too. Very quick for the MP9 to get that finisher happening.
I mean, I feel like you just saw two sides of the coin for Bayman. They went from being very assertive and very quick to pounce on that B side to just running the clock all the way down. First approach, a lot more effective than the latter. Making moves into middle a little bit quicker this time. The Tech 9 ringing Grat's bell and forcing him off the line back into the B side. Creates a lot of space for Bayman to step into now in middle.
Everything's slowing down in the thick of the action. Smoke's there, and only the lurker for Bayman towards this A site. The rest, slowly but surely, grouping up towards the B site of things. 2-on-2 split for Alter Ego. And we'll see if Ignite decides he wants to be the one to go first here.
I'm just waiting for it. There's a couple of HEs on the side of Bayman at the moment. But you'd expect not much that Ignite can do to try and sell anything over towards this A site now with that smoke. So he's just going to have to activate late when the rotations start to come through from Alter Ego to this now B site where 4 members are ready to explode for Bayman.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost up inside of the site. Comes into fruition after the initial contact. Grat very low on HP, stepping into MBK now, but with the smoke going down, that's the perfect opportunity for him to find some impact. Takes a massive chunk out of Endy there, and only just getting the plant down in time creates an opportunity to maybe get the clutch together, but the HENA going to push him straight into Bentet. The GOAT for a reason. Nice and easy for him to secure yet another round for Alter Ego, and Bayman with the bomb plant. I wonder if they're going to put together anything in this next round, or whether they're just going to have to take a save here.
Well, we're going to be finding that one out in just a matter of moments. But I personally am keen to see what we end up getting. Bayman with a bit of a mixed bag coming into this one. And it's the faster approach again, just faking mid-pressure with the smokes. Looking like they are going to try to work something out. Bomb going to be dropped as Barosto takes that front spawn. Gets in front of the molly. See if Rate is ready for the swing. He certainly won't be, and that's going to be the B-site defense is slowly but surely crumbling at range. Pole Bandana trying to shoot right back, but misses the timing on that cross, on that drop, but I think it's been spotted by Grat in the meanwhile. We're going to see Bayman starting the regroup at mid and potentially go to A instead. Okay, ship steadied, Grat getting the pick.
Eventually, Bayman have to go and get that bomb back, however, at the back of apartments, unless they want to have a bit more focus on just the frags in this round, because we're all into the A side at the moment, and this is going to be a bit of a doozy. Bilal in Palace, looking to hold it down, but Racing, he's now looking to find the remaining 2 and make it a 4K to steal this round. One member in Grat on the chopping block. Do you expect Pole Bandana to come from the stairs? You don't. Unlucky for the efforts of that one from Bayman as Alter Ego find 5.
It's a close round, man. Like, it's a very much an essence of almost in a couple of these rounds from Bayman, but the scoreline looking the same, all the same. 5-1 for Alter Ego is pretty dominant, and now they're getting themselves into an anti-eco. assuming that Bayman don't force. I mean, the temptation is definitely there. Only one player surviving. As I mentioned before, they've been keeping these rounds pretty close. So the money for Alter Ego hasn't had a chance to build up just yet, but it's just going to be the pistols for Bayman to try to keep on the press.
Oh, speaking of press, they're pressing the matter over towards top mid, behind the nade smoke. Bentet tried to make that opportunity into a few more picks, but a 1-for-1 up against the pistols is just not good enough. And that's going to be a rifle, certainly retrievable here if they make their way out in time. It's looking pretty good. It's picked up. And now the two-man setup over towards Con needs to try to make something happen.
Unfortunately for Alter Ego, there's no HE grenades to blow open this smoke and be able to catch a couple of members of Bayman on the other side. So they're just going to have to respect this utility for the time being and relinquish a bit of this control of mid for now. As the smoke starts to fade though, Bilal and Paul Bandana are going to hang around connector. The onus definitely on Bayman right now to decide what they want to do though, right? You got the A1S in the hands of Anastasis, who's quite low. Do you just want to hold that into the next round? Or are you definitely still trying to get in towards this B side at the moment?
Oh, unfortunate. Racine caught on the cross, and this is just some vintage Grat. Jiggling around, using the movement. Doesn't even really feel the need to force the issue with the AWP. In fact, dropping down and baiting Barosto into the peak. It's a good recovery for Alter Ego. They were always ahead in that round, but definitely didn't want to have to drop additional guns when there was a rifle in the hand of Bayman and a couple of pistols that could have kept their economy a little bit more honest, and they did. So 4 alive. Gives them a little bit of a safety net should Bayman crack through with a round or two on this T-Sun. They're going to have plenty of opportunities to do so because they're maxing out the loss bonus now.
Alright, what do we got for the 8th? Bayman, this time, all in towards the A side. Okay, beating the flashes, which are well-timed. Bilal not going to be able to do too much there. It's all up to Grat to try and save the day. Into the numbers by picking one off, but ooh, everyone getting a bit frisky with the Pole Bandana in the cracked smoke. A dangerous play and a dangerous day to be anyone over towards connector here. Still smoked off, but across the top, Grat still peeking and still picking. Big damage and the final finish onto an Assassin makes things that much harder. Ignite in the 1v2. Didn't have a great day at the office yesterday, but let's see what he's got here in the clutch potential.
There's burst. And it's a good swing out as well to catch the right timing onto Pole Bandana. Very well done to hold on and come through with the goods for Bayman to find a second one. I was thinking to myself, with Alter Ego having those 2 incendiaries in their pockets, where do they want to deploy them towards? If any went to Palace, it would have been the round done and dusted, but they didn't exactly know where Ignite was playing. So in the Flames, he will carry on and not even see them. Provides another good purchase where Bayman need it as well.
Yeah, finally able to win one of these impact clutches. So create themselves an opportunity to reset Alter Ego and start to even up the score a little bit. See Barosto taking some steps in towards middle nice and early on from Bayman. Set up by a little bit of util. It's actually a T-side smoke to Con, which, look, Alter Ego, they kind of had the same idea. Ignite just waiting for someone to make a mistake on that A side of the map after the mid pressure comes in. But Bayman being given a lot of space here. Alter Ego quite hands-off middle for now.
Getting their players into good positions though, but with the man disadvantage, it just makes things that much harder. Alter Ego, a lot more experience in their ranks. And it's all about just being in positions where you are hopefully tradable and not overextending to potentially give away the advantage.
Another situation where you're waiting on the right timing at the moment as Ignite. A-main being checked here and there by Grat and Bilal. With 30 seconds to go, though. Bomb needs to be retrieved and a decision needs to be made for Bayman. They're so far spread around the map. This may very well even come to a situation where they aren't able to get into a site and have to save with the now 3 guns that they have in play. 20 seconds. Ignite creeping in towards this A site, loses his life. There's just no way that you can get into this one as Endy, as Anastasis. This is a forced save call.
Just doesn't seem to be any calling presence or decisiveness on the side of Bayman outside of that quick round towards B, which might have been a little bit more of a set play. Like the mid to late rounding is just non-existent when they're not given an opportunity by Alter Ego, which, look, Alter Ego have already looked pretty comfortable on this CT side to just kind of give up mid or play hands off and force Bayman to make some plays. Really just doesn't feel like there's enough cohesiveness or enough of a clear game plan from the teams to actually put the pieces together in the mid to late round. So again, just kind of run out of time there, walk into some pretty basic angles one at a time, and it's a pretty routine cleanup for Alter Ego in this kind of circumstances. Like, against a team of this caliber, you're going to need something a little bit better than that. If you want to try to be competitive in this grand final, that's just really not going to cut it.
Certainly not going to cut the mustard. But a knife will.
With a knife?
With
I
a
guess
knife.
so, like a butter knife. I always like teaspoon spreads, you know? Is that weird?
I don't
You
have...
wouldn't cut it with that, you know?
I wouldn't cut
you?
mustard, though. I'd put it in the bottle, and then you put it on top of, you know, the sausage and bread, right? Not, you're not cutting it.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit of a weird phrase.
It is a bit.
Well, it's a phrase, and I don't know where it comes from, but I've used it, and we've analysed it, and we all hate it, and that's cool. But we got a live round of Counter-Strike here with a 4-sport Bayman Esports, who are hoping to find a third round. Alter Ego, 3 AK still alive after having a whole lot of success here on the CT side and keeping their numbers strong. But will the B site be the place to be for Bayman?
Falling off the lines. Rousing down for the count first. Ignite comes out with the trade. And unfortunately for Bayman, things are not going good for them yet again. They like this as much as I like mustard. Not very much. They want to answer back with something. 50 seconds to go. You still got 2 of these AKs and a serving of utility as well to try and facilitate something at least. But you've lost a lot of this control as well around the map with the push that Bilal is coming out with through spawn.
They're going to try to join up with Baros though, but as mentioned before, Bilal might cut them off at the knees here as they walk into TV room. At least was spotted out. Has been spotted out as well by Ender, who can't quite clean him up. And this is just going to be time bought from Bilal. He's just going to be a little bit of a pest over here in towards T spawn. Never really dealt with by Ignite, and this is just another round where Bayman has been timed out of the round. Unfortunate, but it's a trend that continues to rear its ugly head. The best news for them is that Ignite doesn't die after time, but he'll die all the same.
An unfortunate result. But what do they say? It is
What it is. Yep.
Yeah, sounds about right. Let's see if Alter Ego can stretch this out to a 10-2 half and speedrun the grand final. They did kind of speedrun yesterday, dropping what, like 7 rounds, 8 rounds in total over the course of 2 maps. And at the moment, certainly on the same kind of pace. Let's see what's going on here. Bayman straight down mid with 5 individuals, couple down towards bottom mid, couple up cat. But that's going to be the 2 openings that they were looking for. A huge opportunity to finally find that third, and Assassin's just dry pushing the smoke at top con. What's he done that for, says Greg.
Oh, no way.
You've got Bilal just cutting him in 2. And it's a hullabaloo. The bomb in the meanwhile has to have been picked up over towards T-spawn, and the crunch slowly but surely may come on towards Andy. But Alter Ego just don't have the read on where this package is going.
I don't know if anyone has the read on where it's going at the moment, to be completely honest with you. Andy is just sitting in spawn. Meanwhile, Bilal on a hunting mission. Doesn't matter that he's on 2 HP. We'll find Barosto. And you can just look to play this one together as Alter Ego if you want when the bomb goes down. Or you can try and find the right timing onto Andy when the plant goes down and he's at his most vulnerable. Smoke, corner. We know where he is, and, well, it doesn't even bloody matter, does it? Bilal is on for the goods in that round. A 4K irrespective of that HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect example of the quality that you're going to get from a squad like Alter Ego. Any one of these players can put together rounds like that, and Bilal, you know, he's been playing his trade in the Middle Eastern scene for quite a little while. Got some sharpies over there playing against your GG Howls and some of those blokes. Maybe playing a little bit of EU servers as well. So Bilal more than capable of putting together some impact rounds like that. Missed opportunity from Grat will allow an Assassin's to take a little bit more space in middle for now.
Flash is coming through and a late push in through that smoke. Holman down in the meanwhile going to help Ray to just cut it out at mid. And Ignite going to be left in a 1v4 in a very rough to deal with position. 10-2 at the half. But we've been here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, this has been a stompage.
Pretty much. I mean, there were a bit of expectations coming into this series from Bayman themselves as well, right? With the interview that we had from them yesterday. No matter which way that you look at it, they're pretty happy with coming in, you know, second place, knowing that this was going to be a big feat and challenge to go against Alter Ego. You can take away a lot from this series, a lot of learning, and give yourselves a big pat on the back as well, right? Because the format of this tournament was that you play 11 matches against all of the competition first to get into these playoffs, and Bayman have got into the grand final. So you still got to give them some good credit for that.
I guess so. We've got to get things going here on the CT pistol. And look, Alter Ego already asserting their dominance over towards this A site. It's just standard right side smokes, and it does seem like they're just going to leapfrog straight into CT spawn here, Mac.
Not going to make that happen, and ooh, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Ignite's here and Holden strong, but that flash going way too deep on the front side. Bilal, it's blistering. Him and Bentet just teaming up to retake CT. Fight and fire with fire there. And Racing won't be able to fire too much onto too much. That's going to be that 11-2, and Alter Ego almost locking this map in already.
That was pretty clean for the tail end of that one from Alter Ego, despite a couple of sharp shots from those USPs. You see a little bit more proactivity from Alter Ego as well. Happy to go in together as a team to take the fight to their opponents and be a little bit more aggressive. There's been a choice of not really a force up for Bayman here, so they'll have weaponry in the next round, but they would need to run this one back flawlessly to have a chance at the map.
All in towards Palace. Not going so well for Bayman. It's a similar looking round to the pistol as Alter Ego. Look, the duels were given to them a little bit closer than CT Swarm this time around, but with much the same result. It's a full eco for Bayman, so they are really just looking to run 10 rounds in a row on the guns. Best of luck to them.
It's rough. It's just rough out here. That's the only way you can really put it for Bayman. And you did pose the question yesterday, Pilly, you know, to Racing. Him against Bentet 1v1. Was it on the A side of Mirage?
I don't even remember, man.
I think it was just a 1 versus 1.
Everything I say
one
just
one.
goes out of my head as soon as I say it.
That's
You know?
okay. Well, yeah, and Racing said, you know, Bentet would probably win that. And hey, I think he was pretty accurate. You know, humble, respectful, respecting some of the best to ever do it from the Southeast Asian region. And Bayman maybe giving a bit too much respect here. Just no defense on the A site, setting up for the retake, but without the jungle control, without mid control, without any control at all. Things are going to look just like this. At least they've managed to get the pick, but the way back in is going to be a tough one considering Alter Ego, they are perfectly placed in the post plants and there's time is ticking.
And little by little they start to fall as well. Good flash in to come on through, but you've got that Deagle primed and ready. Barosto, no HP to get the job done. 13-2. Here's a very convincing map to come out from Alter Ego in this series. Mirage picked by Bayman Esports. And they're going to have to think a little bit more towards Dust 2.
Look,
That
you were saying, you know, you were quoting me with Racing before. I'm going to quote you from earlier in this tournament, Mac. That was absolute stompinance.
That was. I feel like, you know, the Stompinance was very strong this time around. Probably the strongest Stompinance we've seen all tournament so far. I don't know if we've had a 13-2 just yet, but Bayman Esports, unfortunately, just were unable to find a damn thing this game, and understandably so. Alter Ego just really want to let them know that they are here to play and they are here to be the champions of AOC Masters 2025, which arguably they are certainly on the right trajectory to be.
Yeah. To answer your question, by the way, the 13-3, that is the biggest scoreline difference we've had so far. 13-2, sorry. 13-3 was the previous biggest.
Feels bad for Bayman, but look, big dog's got to eat, and that's all that we're going to be getting. And look, with a fast one like that, we don't have breaks between map 1 and 2. Map 2 may just be a similar affair, because we had Mirage, which is, you know, Puggy aim map. We got Dust 2, which is, you know, Puggy aim map. Also a bit of an Orpa's playground, and we already saw Grat show us what he's capable of, going a little bit crazy there on Mirage, and we'd be expecting to see the same thing. You know, Bilal, I feel like we didn't really get to say his name a lot yesterday. He didn't really have to have that kind of impact. But today, you saw him there on the A site, just constantly, when he had support or not, just completely picking apart Bayman, and they just couldn't read him, couldn't figure out where he was playing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has, you know, been a player that has been kicking around the Middle Eastern scene for a while, so he's got plenty of experience under his belt and definitely showed it in that match.
A smart factory. An automated factory. An industry-leading factory. A leading factory that shapes a pioneering brand in display technology. Ranked #1 in global gaming monitor market sales for 6 consecutive years. Produced by a world-leading monitor factory. TPV Technologies production base in Fuji, powered by a smart CNC center, enabling smart connectivity between the factory and equipment, and between equipment and products. Real-time monitoring of production status to ensure quality traceability for every AOC monitor. Asia's largest SMT smart unmanned warehouse, lights out factory, enabling automated material handling. Automated production, delivering efficient, smart production for every AOC monitor. industry's first FDICT automated plug-in pre-inspection system, smart dimming and color calibration production line, enabling precise testing and quality control, precision tuning. AOC monitors bring every user's color imagination to life. This is where excellence begins. State-of-the-art national laboratory, uncompromising product quality standards. This is where the origin of colors inspires your heart, and where this smart factory delivers its promise of excellence. Defying limits, going beyond. It all begins here. 1 in 4 users worldwide chooses AOC monitors. Part of homes everywhere. Part of your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AOC Masters 2025 Grand Final, where we have Bayman Esports fighting for their lives, figuratively and literally, up against the big dogs of Alter Ego, who are just slamming them, creating them a new one. It is just not looking too good for the Malaysian guys at the moment, because Indonesia is here to play Pilski.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a good way of summarizing it, because if you think about it, Bentet really is Indonesia, and you don't even need anybody else on your team from Indonesia. You just need Bentet, and that's Indonesia covered. So, Alter Ego being Team Indonesia, it makes perfect sense to me. And turns out Indonesia is top tier right now, if we look at the scoreline of that last map.
Yeah, and you're going to be taking that every day of the week for sure. No matter what's been thrown at you, you just need to take it in your stride. Dion, do you or can you sell me a story on how Bayman Esports are going to turn this around on Dust 2?
I'm not a good salesman, unfortunately. You've asked the wrong guy on this one, so
okay.
Should have got Concavity on the line. He'd sell us
I
some
hope they
insurance
have.
right now.
I hope they have fun. And I actually hope that they don't get 13-2'd again. Let's get it a little bit closer. Let's see some good decision making from them. They win if they get more than 6 rounds in my mind. So let's start there.
Okay. Let's start there indeed. I'll let that one happen for you. But let's see what we got. They are on the CT side, which I don't think yesterday was their strongest side. But we'll see what we get. Alter Ego, they've got the perfect long spawn for 2 of the individuals, and they're going to be taking them. No, back to mid they go. And there is pressure. Bayman, no holds barred, straight up the middle, but didn't see the T's tucked in the corner and will overstep a little. 3-for-1 trades is going to favor Alter Ego, and it should just be a pushover from this point.
Yeah, you'd assume so. Last 2 players for Bayman not really in great positions to be keeping this one more competitive unless Ignite can spam someone through the smoke. Not quite able to make it happen though. It was a bit of a long shot to begin with, and with Racing just in suicide right now in an open plat for Plat, this is probably just going to be a pretty easy pistol and maybe just some armor saves, to be honest, from Bayman, so they can have any kind of success out of this pistol. going to round number 2.
Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like at the moment. Racing seeing if he can find any little late stragglers around the map. Only Gratisfaction around the corner would be a possible catch. But it might even go the other way with how Grat is starting to just isolate a bunch of these angles. We'll see how this story unfolds. It goes Grat's way. A little bit rough there for Racing. Can't hold on to the Kevlar, and for Ignite, well, he'll look to do so. Catching an extra kill. And probably the Kevlar to the next round. Well, dearie me.
That is a tough pill to swallow, but one that you're just going to have to deal with. And look, you just take that across to the next, give it a red hot crack, see what you can come up with, and that's really all you've got going for you here, you know? It's not looking too good off the back of that one, but we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can bring in here.
I would have loved him to hold on to the Kevlar, though. I love a cheeky famous buy in round number 2. Not going to be the case, though. Bayman, they take a full save as well. They're going to back themselves with rifles and light util. Alter Ego, you can tell they're really anticipating a force buy from Bayman. Not a single SMG brought up into this one. It's full AKs and Galils, and they're just going to make their way out long and try to use the rifle range to the best of their ability. Yeah, Bayman, if they get a kill or two with the USPs here, they'll be happy with that going into round number 3, to be honest.
Yeah. They can get a couple of kills here, you'd assume, though, with having all 5 members present. As I say that, no one's really getting wrapped up for Christmas here. Rosto, not able to find anything in the little tail end of that one. So just a single kill on a pole bandana. But we do wait for the 3rd round, really, here, folks, to get started for Bayman's CT side.
Let's see what the future holds for them. A few options, a few angles that they could try to get this first round across the line. But again, you know, light investment in the prior and not many kills so far means there's not a lot of damage and you have MP9s in the mix. But that AWP shot is certainly a good way to start things off. Denying that mid pressure coming through from Grotata. But what is this push? It is unheard of, unseen, but effective. 3v5 for Alter Ego. Let's see what they do.
Look, Anastasis is low-key kind of starting to warm up here. Had some pretty good rounds from him yesterday. So now seeing him get the AWP out, it's good stuff. Barosto coming down on the flank there. Olivia, it's a little bit of pressure here for Alter Ego. This is very much a winnable 2-on-4. Huge trade out from Pole Bandana. Oh my lord, Ignite is sweating bullets at elevator here, Dion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 2 versus 5. It would be a slap in the face if it gets felled from here. Bentet gets them both. Oh, my lord. It's illegal how that one comes through from Alter Ego. Oh, you hate to see that for Bayman. That's for sure.
Mac, dissect that one for us. Come on. How does that happen?
Oh, mate, look.
How on earth does that happen?
Bit of spice, bit of love, bit of disaster, and then everything nice on top of that. You put it all together and you get the Powerpuff Girls, and then maybe that on the side. What do you reckon?
I think that's a great summary. Look, unfortunately, the pain is continuing here. There's 3 CTs dead in middle. Bayman, it started so well, and from there, it's just been nothing but pain. That 2-on-5 is already a massive blow to the mental, and then in the follow-up round, they're just kind of getting pulverized.
Pole Bandana's new alias, Pulverized. Just 2 for Bayman right now. The L1S's on the back of this investment here may well just be worth trying to have a bit of a podcast for a minute between yourselves and figure out the following round. Hold on to these weapons and see if you can go at it again.
Alright, what's on the agenda here? How can Ignite win this? Okay, isolated fight onto Bilal's always a good way to start. Ooh, isolated fight onto the B player is always a second way to start. Couple of taps, maybe. Okay. Gifted that one by Paul Bandana, who is hungry, chomping at him. Molly's only going to force him to peek one way, but he gets that isolated fight as well. That's 3 out of 4 isolated fights, and there's only 1 man remaining. But the AWP is on the right line, and surely Grat don't miss this one. Easy for Gratata. Gratisfaction at his best.
Yeah. You can tell he's just gritting through that filthy mustache after winning that 1v1 for Alter Ego. Any chance of Bayman putting anything together is quickly going by the wayside. They try to get a buy round going for themselves again here on the CT side. Anastasis has got the AWP out again. So that's good news because he was looking pretty good with that in the round where we all thought that they were going to win, but then
Yeah.
the incident happened.
The incident. Right now, Grat had that B spawn. He tries to get on the line, misses the AWP shot. You got to have a heads-up play from Barosto and co right now. Ignite blinded, as bright as the sun, but he gets a shutdown, sent 6 feet under. And the B site of Dust 2, the target for Alter Ego to plant. And it is just going to be nigh impossible, you'd assume, for Bayman to get back into this one.
It is dangerous to assume that. That's what we've learnt across the years. But let's see if there is any hope in the next round for Bayman, because this time they are saving. They realise that, look, 3 weapons alive is going to be doing a lot of damage in the long run. But Alter Ego, again, another incredibly quick round. Just pressure towards B. Getting the picks they needed to. And unfortunately, Alter Ego are just too good at punishing mistakes.
They're looking to set themselves a speedrun record for a grand final here. 5-0. Money is fantastic on this T side as they keep kind of trucking along. And Bayman maxing out the loss bonus means that, yeah, they can keep saving a couple of guns on over and putting these gun rounds together, but at some point you need to actually get some rounds on the board. Only managed a couple in this grand final so far.
Is this the time to get on the board for Bayman? There is nobody to be seen in mid, but there is a Racing pushing the bedroom. So they can lock down an angle that probably is not going to see the light of day in this round whatsoever. The mid to B exploration for Alter Ego. Gonna crunch on towards this B site right now onto Ignite and Barosto, where the ladder mentioned player gets 2, looking for a third. Cannot triangulate that one. And with 3, Alter Ego will get the plant.
They're thinking about it. Contrary to popular belief, but they kind of just really need to get into this one. Head spotted Rasingo across the top, and maybe they'll get past Gratata this time. Molly going to be forcing him into the open, but how quick is he on that stick? Again, forced into the open, but the second he does it. Ah, of all things. 5 health remaining. Bayman, it was right there. It was just there. One more bullet. Oh, that's a painful one.
I mean, they just can't win a round even when it's looking good for them. Throughout the majority of this Dust 2 game. Very rough circumstances, but that is unfortunately the downside of playing a team like Alter Ego. Even when the rounds are looking good, even when you're feeling confident, there's just so many players that can pull that kind of round out of their ass. And I've seen Grat pull many things out of his ass in the past, so that's just another perfect example of it. He's always good on that AWP.
Is Anastasis going to be able to equalize that, though, and go toe-to-toe or not? Right now, Rate is in lower tunnels with the rest of his squad outside of a long, where Andy has to try and do all the work by himself.
Ooh. Another opening. And the CT's just getting a little too frisky yet again. 4v5 and Bayman again forcing the point. They know that they need to make plays, and that's going to happen over towards up as Ignite showing us what he's capable of today, but unfortunately it just is in weird positions on weird timings.
Oh,
Ooh. All right.
it's gorgeous from Bilal. Yeah, decent reply from Andy, but, you know, in the meanwhile, all of that attention drawn over towards that A site. Bentez just walked into B for free.
There's a chance, though. With that kill coming through from Andy, and Pole Bandana being quite low, there's a real opportunity for Bayman to seal the deal on this one. The molly up towards the heavens, and Ignite is going to try and do his darndest to hold things forward, but it will be Andy to get the third, to get the defuse, and Bayman are on the board.
You'll definitely take that. It's what you've been looking for a red hot minute. All right, 6-6 at the half, Pilski. How are we feeling about it?
I do not think that is true.
Okay, why?
I think, you know, got the Indonesian goat, you've got the New Zealand goat, and you've got Pole Bandana. You know, that is a trio that will strike fear into the hearts of many.
Don't forget we've got our Lebanon gold Bilal as well, and he's currently on 10 kills, top on the server.
Bilal pretty good too.
Pretty good.
And then you've got Rate out of 8, mate, as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's just a lineup that it's too hard to beat, mate.
Straight.
Well, what's
4
going on
members
here?
for Bayman.
They got that
That's
full
what's
log
going on.
control. And Bayman with a triple set up towards CT short and across the catwalk. Make me think that maybe there's an angle here, especially if they're hitting shots like that. Ignite going to be able to land a couple of blows onto Bentet in through that smoke, but the one on the side getting blown up allows Grat the angle across the top, and he's going to be able to shear that nicely. But will it cause Bayman to shed a tear? It's only Andy on site who's still got an angle to play around on this smoke, but as it fades, he's missing many opportunities. The pressure, it's there for the CTs more than Alter Ego, but we're still down to the 2v2 and knocking at the door. We've gone for the old Bogdan's Law. Rate with the open hand and Grat looking to trade. Can they get past Anasasis with 10 seconds to plant?
Oh, they're going to have to go for a swing together. The Shadow and gives up the information, but Grat finds Racing, pushes Anasasis off the line with the echoed AWP shot. And you're going to have to get through the plant right now. A wallbang shot attempt, but Anasasis in the 1 versus 1 against Grat, stuck on the site. The ammunition, it is running out. 3 bullets to cop a reload. And Grat now in the open line is just going to pepper him down through the corner of the box. Alter Ego, I answer back.
How many 1v1s has Grat won now? It's like 2 or 3 already just in Dust 2 alone. Really single-handedly robbing Bayman blind of many rounds that honestly could have been quite winnable for them. It could be a very different looking scoreline in this final part. Look, the top of the screen still says the same thing. Alter Ego are smashing them. Oh, shot on the cross as well. Grat closing down the previous round and opening this one up. There's just nothing this man can't do.
Oh. Pole Bandana. Going to be taking out Bentet, and that maybe gives an opportunity for Bayman to be able to find the round. What a shot from Anasasis, looking for another one, but now it's Rate's turn. Mark in the 1 versus 1.
What do we got cooking here? Okay. opportunities. Swap to the MP9. A choice that a few would certainly not make. But in the meanwhile, Rate is lurking and not going to get his hands on the package, which is there on Cat. Racing in the meanwhile, dropping all the way down, going for a full alternate approach, just playing mind games. And at the moment, he should win them based on the timing. It's just here. It's just there. Oh, and he gets the better of Rate this time. There it is, that second round. And a chance for a potential 5 in the first half.
Like every round has come down to an XVX or like a 1v1. Good to see Bayman starting to actually pick up a couple of them to keep this game a little bit more competitive. Look at the effects that has on Alter Ego's economy as well. That's a massive round for Racing to clutch across the line. Gonna give them a chance to actually start to pick up a couple on the CT side here. And maybe keep this game of Dust a bit more competitive than the last map.
Yeah, potentially so. Just the pistols right now, and they're all up in mid. And that was a single Desert Eagle shot from the single Desert Eagle deployed in this round from Rate. And they're even looking to find a little bit more on the back of that one right now. The tunnels play from Bayman with 3 members here. Just Ignite in the mid to B locale. And there's so much crazed eyes over on mid as well that they didn't even recognize that Alter Ego are already into the A site.
Everything's slowing right on down. Pole bandana. Just looking for anything else to pick up, but it's going to be the full flood. Bayman are fighting this one, knowing that it should be that low buy, but the M4 in the hands of Bentet might just save the day, or retrieved. It will connect. 2 in the clip. Grat a chance to reload, and he knows exactly where both these CTs are, but Anastasis, it is ballsy as hell, the fact that he is peeking and reloading and giving an opportunity for Grat to win this one. Posted, waiting 30 seconds. Who makes the first move? It's the one swing of all things for Bayman to find us third. Ah, absolute chaos and down to a one-on-one yet again.
Yeah, even against the Pistols, it comes down to a one-on-one. Like, this grand final is crazy. Every single run of these rounds is on a nice edge. And finally, a few of them being won. I mean, multiple in a row from Bayman. Better buy this time from Alter Ego, though. So if the Pistols trouble them so much, then they're going to have to step up even a little bit more against the guns this time. Full long control taken early on here for Alter Ego. Barosto just running straight up mid.
Just absolute madness. Long control again. Going to be established. Furious smokes refreshed. And Alter Ego even just doubling back, thinking, okay, maybe it's time to go and take that short control. Hinge smoke comes through. And Bayman thinking what they need to do. Obviously, that A-side defense has been pretty good for the last couple of rounds, but it's all about consistency and trying to find more of these rounds to stop Alter Ego from winning this grand final in just 2.
You know, the thing is, for the T's at the moment, there's not a lot of utility to scale up towards this A side as well, so they really need to make maximum use of having these crosshairs ready with a little bit of that supportive util behind them. See if there's any oversteps from Bayman Esports, and that looks like it would have been a gimme from Grat. The AWP shot misses, but we start to get some trades up in that feed.
Oh, Rosto doubling up there. Very, very important couple of duels to win. He's still alive. Sitting over at Gandalf, but no more wizardry will be conjured this time around as he gets put down by Grat. Just Racing in a 1-on-2 has to come up huge with yet another clutch to keep Bayman alive here. Has the potential to do so. Both of these players are super low. Trying to do his best quickly impression, jumping up and down from elevator and walking back down onto the line. He's been able to win it. Lovely stuff from Racing. Yeah, another clutch for him to give Bayman their 4th round. I feel like every single one of these rounds that they've won have been clutches.
Yeah, just getting so close. Round after round after round after round.
After round.
After round even.
Oh,
Just
that's a lot of
absolute
rounds.
chaos and chaos and chaos on chaos. And that's what we're getting round after round. But hey, final round of the half. Bayman are actually doing it, Tilly. You said that there was no shot it would be 5-7 at the half. But hey, they are giving it their darndest. They found the confidence. They found a couple of moments, and Alter Ego maybe getting too big for their boots after a catastrophic start. In a good way.
It turns out I don't know what I'm talking about, Matt. Unfortunate. Barosto starting to get some work done with the AWP though, so that's going to be a good start for Bayman.
Are they going to be able to keep it going, though? That's the big question right now. It's Xbox position from Alter Ego. When the smokes start to fade, they're going to have to be ready to shimmy on up together. And that they are. Pandana, finds the kill on towards Ende. And Rates just locked himself in for another to tip the scales in the favor of Alter Ego. But just for an ever so slight moment. 3 versus 3. And I was going to mention Anastasis' position as well. Very deep in towards long with this AWP.
Okay, Alter Ego have chosen the path of least resistance. Bayman in solid positions to retake. And Assassin all the way towards long, but it's into CT. They go very ambitious out of Bentet, and Ignite gun out at the ready. And Assassin now lies on Cat and will connect, making this look that little bit easier. All of a sudden, Bayman, they are making it happen. It's Rates versus the world in the 1v3, and 5 hits the board. Boys, we have a game on our hands.
For sure. Bayman keeping this one super, super competitive. But now they've got to get it done a little bit more on the T side. See if they're able to do it. Grat's going to be on that CT side wielding the AWP, and that's going to be something they're going to have to contend with. So if they were able to win this T-side pistol, I mean, not only are they going to even up the scoreline, but I feel like they definitely have to keep CT economy in check here, or their life is going to be very difficult against Alter Ego. Would love to see them keep the pace a little bit more up-tempo as well. I felt like some of those Mirage T-side rounds, they were just running down the clock to very little success. Need to see Bayman be nice and assertive on this T-side.
Yeah. Definitely agree with you in that department. See what this pistol round does look like for them with a bit of investment on the U-tilt. Smoke already used. There's another in tow with a flashbang. For the look and B play at the moment, Rate and Bilal on the site together.
In comes the crunch. In comes the opportunity. Rate going to be dancing around with his head behind the big box. Oh, and he's taken a couple of heads with some quick flicks. But in the meanwhile, everyone else has been thinned. Bentet in between a rock and a hard place. Smoke fades, no knife, but there is a nice round. For Bayman to almost equalize, taking that second pistol, has put them in a good position now.
Yeah, absolutely. See if the force is going to come through here for Alter Ego. Couple of kills did come on through, so they can afford some, you know, interesting prospects. Could even get a scout armor on someone like Rate, but he's going to trust himself a little more with the MP9. Bayman need to be aware of this force coming on through and be able to navigate that effectively. Worst feeling when you win yourself a big T-side pistol and immediately lose the follow-up round. But you can see just how careful they're being. They are playing very, very slowly, which, look, I think against the force buy can be a good thing, but also if they run down the clock like they did on Mirage, I might be getting a little bit worried for them.
Not to mention just the slow plays that we did see in the first series really take their time, and sometimes the clock was your enemy as well. So I have to see how long that they do dilly-dally around before choosing to go into an angle and see that there is a bit more of a heftier investment for Alter Ego in this one.
Ooh, okay, up short they go. And Assassin has been solid on the entries. As soon as they've managed to find that confidence, things have certainly started to go a bit more in their favor. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. 13-9 for Anastasis is just a phenomenal performance up against the likes of Alter Ego. But this B site, Billy, looking like it might be an issue.
Oh, I mean, they clear out the lurk. That's going to make things a little easier. Racine going down early on evens up the numbers, and now they don't really have to worry about middle. They're just going to try to flood into the site. Flashes flying up over the top. Rate almost cancels the plant, but Bilal scaling out window side. These desperation plays from Alter Ego, trying to avoid any kind of post plant, backfire pretty heavily. You can see just how much of a chunk they took out of a handful of those players on Bayman. But as it stands, 4 players surviving for the T side is a very solid result. They swat away that force buy nicely. Now, I dare say, looking at the scoreline now, I mean, there's a lot more work to be done, but this is a very winnable map for Bayman.
An attempt was made from Alter Ego to try and swindle that round, but the fact that the force buy was there, Bayman convert that one, this is the best chance for them to first and foremost take the lead, keep that CT economy in check, and definitely, as you're saying there, Pilski, take a map in this grand final away from Alter Ego, who have not dropped anything so far this tournament.
Ooh. Okay, that's a little spicy. And the shot's going in favor of Bayman again. B-site's being cleared out. It's just about the timing of the rotation, and Bayman on the precipice of finding the lead, which is something after map 1 we were not discussing, we didn't think was a reality. But gentlemen, we are here.
They're doing very well for themselves. Alter Ego just seeing what exits they can potentially find with a Dig and a Mac-10, and just kind of considering how they want to approach that follow-up gun round. Still plenty more legs for Alter Ego to close out this grand final in 2, but Bayman have built themselves an economy and enough momentum to get it done. This is where I guess the next big task is going to be the next gun round. A few more things to consider. A little bit more util for the CTs on offer. Going to have the AWP out for Grat. Bentet taking one more gun away from them, and with the AK picked up, might look to go for more. He actually found one in the back line there. That's not even the player that he was aiming at. But he's still able to take 2 guns away from Bayman right at the end of that round.
Yeah, Ignite gets accidental there. That's a little bit rough. They will juggle some money across the board for themselves as well. Get that AWP back in the hands of Anastasis, but for me, I was wondering, are Alter Ego pressured enough that they feel they need to get a timeout happening to have some discussions on this CT side, or are you still happy enough with how things are progressing that now that you've got the weapons in play that you should be right as rain? Grat with the AWP for the mid-peak when the flames subside. But it is this B focal point that we are really looking towards. We are running through fire.
Yeah, maybe pushing the point a little bit too far, but at this point rate, the force to be reckoned with. Okay, Crosshair trains to the ready, just looking to tap a few more heads, going for the secondary, won't be too effective. However, Grat joining the fray just in time. Him and Paul Bandana teaming up to stop the plant and stopping the site from being Bayman's. Alter Ego hit back, and don't let Bayman run away with the lead.
I like that they tried to be a little bit more assertive in a round where they may have been considering playing against an AWP. But that's where, look, earlier on you already saw Alter Ego's propensity to go for a quick flood into B. Was unfortunately not something that Bayman were necessarily ready for. Definitely gave it a good crack to try and get on into the site there. Barosto is really trying to lead from the front as the IGL of Bayman. Try to create enough space for some of the other boys to kind of get involved in the action. But as it stands, I mean, AWP is out. Couple of rifles, but a couple of pistols as well. Could be a chance for a reset here for Alter Ego.
It'll be a cheeky one, that's for sure. Barosto, though, gonna walk straight into the crosshairs of Grat. That pretty much sums up all we've seen. Rifle picked up, So you could start to make a bit more decisions for Bayman on this round. But really for me, how are you facilitating an Assassin on a power line? If you're all going up through short, you know, you don't really have a lot of these utility parts that you can try and bully your way in.
Let's see who's going to be doing the bullying this round, though. They do have the 4v2 on the A site so far, depending on if Pole Bandana rotates. And that smoke is going to be disrespected. Caught with an 8 in hand. Bentet taken down and humbled. Grat going to be flashing himself onto the line. What? He's hit that. That was nasty. Oh, and gets yet another. This man's is putting on a show for the granny. 4v1. And Anastassis has had a great game so far, but getting past all of these individuals for Alter Ego is too tall of a task. What a round out of Grat.
It's exactly why you have to really respect this man when he gets the AWP in his hands if you're Bayman. Something they would have known was coming down the pipeline once the gun rounds got rolling. That's a big impact round for Grat. A 4K in a round that completely bankrupts Bayman and allows Alter Ego to take the lead here. Lot of pressure on Bayman as they go down to the pistols. May have to secure double digits to Alter Ego, which is going to put them in touching distance of winning this grand final outright.
Yeah, Grat got the 4K in the last round as well. Bilal stealing the 5K away from him on a rifle round buy-up of Bayman's. Nasty shots with the AWP. Gonna have to see a little bit more delivered from Bayman on this T side now. They start to lose a little bit of this control. This sort of a round. Ignite was just left by himself, ditched by Barosto.
Everything's slowing down again. Alter Ego just trying to play the range game, realizing it is just pistols in the hands of Bayman. Barosto, the smoke push is not working out for him this time. Lovely little spray down, assisted by the flash for Rate. And Alter Ego 3 rounds away from greatness.
Yeah, looking very, very poised to win this grand final now. 4 players surviving in round number 17, and then in that last round, everybody keeping their guns on over. CT Economy is in a fantastic spot. It's going to take multiple gun rounds on the trot from Bayman, and they can't even put weapons together in this round, so a chance even more so for Alter Ego's money to build even further. I just really don't see how Bayman are going to get this one across the line. Going to try to go for a beat pop here. We'll take Grat missing a couple of shots.
If he even goes for one and reveals the AWP. Stalled out by a little bit of this utility nice and early on. Flash to get Grat back on the line. And we need to see something from Bayman here. All 5 to flood out of this B site. Progression smoke. Grat knows what to do in this situation. But another flash that just pushes him off the line.
Now they come. Shot the back of the head, but still kicking. And Grat's here to save him, keeping him alive with some nasty skeet shooting from that back of plat. Oh, it's just against the pistols, but he makes it look so nice. 11 to 8. Alter Ego, 2 needed.
Yeah, right on the precipice of winning the final here. We're going to buy it through from Bayman. No AWP out on the T side here. I think Ignite may be considering it. They don't have a long spawn here. So, going to be a little bit harder to contest that part of the map. But you're already getting some moves from Racing, so they might give it a crack. Quarter smoke has been invested out on in there from the T side, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Pole Bandana was there for a good 2 or 3 seconds, and even though he cops the flash, he's still able to find the opener. Grat almost doubles up. Lucky that Bayman even have 4 players to kick this T-side round off, to be honest.
Well, there's 4 alive, but for how much longer? No flash going on over to try and get Barosto in mid. Grat just sees the barrel poke. So little by little, Bayman's chances in this map start to fall. And even blinded, Bentet finds one. This is just very much coming undone for the T's at the moment. There's been such successive flashes, you feel like, in this round, but they've all worked out for Alter Ego as they now find this grand final point.
And what can you really do? There's just no answers. Nothing that's obvious. The adjustments made earlier were so good, but in the second half, as soon as Alter Ego managed to crack that egg, there has been nothing for Bayman. Will this be the final round of the grand final? Will this be championship point for AOC Masters 2025? Can Alter Ego do it against all odds and show us that they are the big dogs?
Looking good to do so. Creep into B main from a couple of players here on Bayman. If they step forward any further, they're going to run into a high-low. Grat already firing off a warning shot. Ray and Bilal getting 1 each in uppers, and once again just dry walking through the mid smoke. Didn't work last time, won't work this time. 2 kills away from winning this grand final are Alter Ego now.
Barosto and Ende. A smoke holding him at bay from potentially finding a much needed kill in this round to make this one somewhat workable. You'll wait for the fade to come on through as Bentet will be felled. Not a lot of damage delivered to Ende so far either, so can still look to scale on up to meet with Barosto on the site as the plant does get established.
Two v two. Lovely shot out of Barosto to try and save the day. Bringing it back from the man disadvantage. And Grat still alive, so you can't count out Alter Ego. He has been farming, but he wants a few more. Look at this. 24 with 26 knocking at the door and a 13th just there. All respected, though. Barosto, 1v1, and that time is ticking. Bilal has to go for it, but Barosto with the push might have just saved it. That time has ticked too far. There's no time for the defuse. We're playing one more round, bare minimum.
Yeah, nicely played there from Barosto. Bilal expecting him to get the peak on. Good kill on the crossover from longside and reposition. So, one of the more experienced members of Bayman, able to hold his nerve against grand final point. Really, really nicely worked. But took everything out of Bayman to be able to win that round. And you can see just how dominant these rounds have been for Alter Ego, reflected in their economy. Even after you take so many guns away from the CT side, they're able to replace them pretty quickly and come in with a timeout there.
I mean, even if they lose this one, there'll be another purchase around the corner that Bayman are going to have to contend with still. So they need to make sure that they are dotting I's, crossing T's in this one to try and get us into overtime. You know, I throw it on back to what I said earlier, right? If Bayman were able to get 6+ rounds, I think that they'd be pretty happy with what we've heard from them previously. How happy would they be that they're taking some pretty clean ones? They're getting into these clutch scenarios and winning them here and there. Be great if they can convert this round right now as well, but Grat is going to say no to at least the humble beginnings of this one as Barosto comes out with 3 to bring this into a 2-on-2.
Can he get past it? Can they find the site? Or even retrieve the package? That's an issue. Bomb still down in spawn, leaves Ignite completely solo, isolated, and it's just Barosto with 14 points of health to clutch. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. But today, he's gifted an opportunity. He knows that Pole Bandana was there as well. And has a minute to play mind games.
You can see Pole Bandana really anticipating this flank through towards long. Faking the death cam a little bit there was Barosto. Now creeping through middle. Pole Bandana stomping his way up short, but now starting to shift walk. This really all just comes down to timing. Health heavily favoring Paul Bandana there, and it wasn't even really needed. The crosshair placement was excellent. Just puts a bullet straight through Barosto's head to secure the grand final for Alter Ego. Look, it was expected for them to win this grand final, but it's good to see the opponents, Bayman, put up a bit better of a showing there on Dust and force a little bit more respect out of Alter Ego to get it done.
Mate, that is it. Put some respect on their name. Alter Ego, the AOC Masters 2025 champions, and doing it in style. Not dropping a single map, although it was great to see Bayman pushing them for a moment there in the grand final. You backed Barosto. There was a chance, there was a moment where he got that one tap where you thought maybe they can keep on living, but they just couldn't get it across the line. But that being said, flawless, absolutely flawless out of Alter Ego, and it's great to see them playing some solid Counter-Strike, isn't it, Komodo?
Yeah, no, 100%. We hear from Grat yesterday what this team is going to be looking for in towards 2026, so we'll really start to see like how they are going to progress, what that transition does look like for them with this roster, and really, you know, are they going to be getting into the major, right? It's a big, lofty ambition for these guys to get back to a major for a couple of them on the team as well. So it's going to be, you know, hopefully the first step for them in the right direction in this tournament.
Yeah, the first step of many. It's what we want to see is a bit more Southeast Asian CS prominence moving into 2026. But, you know, that's a great way to end 2025 for Alter Ego, putting a trophy up on their shelves, you know, doing it for Indonesia. And I'm sure all Indonesian fans out there, Pilski, are cheering. As mentioned, of course, you know, Bentet, the king of Indonesian CS, is back.
That's true, yeah. He's one of the only players to kind of stick around. He's never been a player to kind of go to greener pastures. He's always been having a lot of love for CS. So it's good to see him win himself another tournament. It's been a while since I've seen Bentet over in winning ways. He's one of the most successful players that we've had in terms of Asian CS, if not the most successful. I mean, I guess Mongols kind of making it hard to make that claim nowadays, but for a very long time, Bentet, one of the very best to do it. So good to see him get the dub there, and looking forward to seeing not only what he does with his share of $4,000 along with the rest of the boys, but also if they're able to get themselves some more dubs under their belt in the future.
Yeah, of course, $4,000 for Alter Ego and $2,500 there for Bayman, which they are going to be able to split among themselves and the org. And yeah, that's just a huge thing, as well as an array of extra prizes from our sponsors, Crucial, XPG, and NZXT, as well as AOC. And look, that's beautiful. You know, not just a little bit, you're going to be taking home a lot, and you're going to be able to share that love with the family, with the boys, and then, you know, people around you as well. But it's all about the fun, the action, and who ended up taking home the bacon at the end of the day. So Alter Ego, I'm sure they're going to be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah, couldn't really say it any other way, to be honest with you. You know, this is going to be a really good look for them against some good opposition as well. And I'm kind of hoping everybody that played in this tournament, right, they have like the regional tournament that they're winning to get into this one, as well as being one of the 12 representations from the countries as well. I hope they're all taking away something positive from this event too. And from us, you know, just a thank you for Aegon by AOC putting on this tournament. We hope to see a lot more of these players that we're, you know, a couple of us are seeing for the first time in the next events.
Of course, and also just, yeah, displaying Southeast Asian CS for everyone. But we do have an interview with our champions. Let's jump in and have a look at who we're chatting to.
Oh, we got Bentet on the line. Hey, Bentet, how you doing? Got yourself the dub in the grand final there. Congratulations on that one. How was the grand final for you?
It was good, and we play well throughout this event, and hopefully we can manage to perform this well in the upcoming tournament as well. I just feel happy for the performance of the team.
Yeah, so how does it feel with the way that the practice is going and the performance of this team at the moment? Because we're seeing, you know, a good collection of players with different backgrounds and everything. How is that really all meshing at the moment?
our practice result is pretty good. I think we just have to be consistent on it. I don't feel like we're giving like 100% result as a practice yet, but I'm super happy we won this tournament. And yeah, we have a lot of different backgrounds. Each player have aggressive play, have passive play. We just have a good mix of it. That's why we have a pretty good lineup for throughout the event.
Awesome. Well, I wanted to ask you as well, Bentet, you're someone that's been involved in Counter-Strike for a very, very long time. So you would be a perfect person to ask this question. How important is it to have a good monitor when you're playing an FPS game like CS? Obviously, this tournament's been put on by AOC. So, you know, in terms of peripherals and how important they all are, how important is having a good monitor for being able to compete?
It's super important, I feel like. Like right now there's like 600 hertz, like people not using like the 360 anymore. Like if you upgrade your monitor, of course your aim feel more sharper, at least like for me. If I'm using the highest rate of the monitor, the game feels like more smooth and your aim is just faster. And so I think it's quite important.
Yeah, 100%. And before we let you go, Bentet, I just wanted to ask, what's next for Alter Ego? We're all looking forward to 2026. Have you guys got some more tournaments coming up, and what would your goals be for next year?
Next week we have like ESEA final match, I think on Sunday. And next year I think there's gonna be a lot of open tournaments. I'm not sure. But on January, I think we have, like end of January, we have some tournaments, so we're gonna prepare for it, and player break is coming as well. So we just have to stay sharp and keep the form up, and 2026, I hope we can play more better as a team.
Awesome. Well, we're all looking forward to some more games for Alter Ego in 2026. Congratulations once again for winning the grand final here at AOC Masters, and we'll let you go and celebrate with the rest of the team.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks, Bentet. Always great to talk to one of the goats of Asian CS there, Mac.
Yeah, always good to get that kind of insight from one of the legends, one of the best to ever do it from all of APAC, not just Southeast Asia. Has been one of the few individuals that has made it across internationally to play in America for a little bit there too. And it's good to see him back playing again in CS2, but hopefully the Alter Ego boys can continue this form of winning into 2026 and they can be able to lock things down and show just what they're capable of. But again, that has been it from us here on the casting booth for all the fun and all the action, but we are going to be jumping over to Asarai to break everything down and sum it up for the weekend.
Thank you so much for that, casters. My name is Asarai. I'm your host, and we're just coming back from that grand finals match again between Alter Ego and Bayman Esports. We heard, some of the questions, the burning questions answered by our Alter Ego representative. I believe that was Bentet. And again, big congratulations to Alter Ego for that insane performance. So that's it, guys. A bit of bittersweet for us as we end our AOC Masters, but that's how it is. We'll have to see you on the next one. But before we end the stream real quick, I'd like to give a big thanks to our sponsors that made all of this possible. Crucial, XPG, NZXT, and of course, Aegon by AOC. We'll see you on the next AOC Masters, guys. So, see you guys then.